Wunderschönen guten Morgen. Good morning. I'm happy to see that I'm not the only one who got up early on Sunday mornings. Cargo Pilot, hello. Easy, schön dich zu sehen. Peter, hello. Spreckens, hello. Svendia, hello. Ghost, hello. Organ Aviator, hello. Lewis, hello. Good morning. Nanak, good morning. I hope you're all doing well.
Should now pick up their past first class. Thank you.
Now, first of all, let me replay this one here as well. So Lewis, thank you much for the 11 months, almost a year now. Lewis, thank you so much for that. And Mickey, good morning to you as well. And here's a message from Order Thrust Blue. Let me just, oops. Put that there.
A very good morning. Very interested to see how you are planning to do historical weather flight.
Yes, me too, Order Thrust Blue. Me too. At the moment, it seems to be working, so we'll see. And then we always got Julian coming in as well with 4 months. Good morning, Julian. The jingle should be coming up very soon. And Alf Lund, hello to you. There's the jingle.
Gentlemen,
Welcome. Welcome to this beautiful day here in
new subscribers should now pick up their
Kilo
past
Papa
first
Alpha
class.
Echo.
Thank you.
Snohomish.
Good morning.
Boeing Airfield. Gilland, good morning. Yeah, no worries, Gilland. Yeah, I only offered it so that if anyone does want to fly along, can do so. And
Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, so we are
welcome aboard the
replicating
Captain
a
Black Box
delivery
Infotainment
flight
experience.
of this beautiful
New subscribers should now
787
pick
with
up their
the
past first class. Thank you.
Mickey, Dankeschön, 5 months.
Always a pleasure to tune in.
Thank you so much, Mickey.
Smile.
Thank you for watching. Thanks for the support. Yeah, so this this delivery flight of this beautiful 100th anniversary delivery. Oh my God!
Enjoy the gifted sub.
Order Thrust Blue, blimey! For my applause button there. Order Thrust Blue gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much. And the medalist Frupel Goop, Christian, Krista, and Knaster. Please a big thank you to Order Thrust Blue gifting you those subs. Thanks so much, Order Thrust Blue. That's really kind. Yeah, so this delivery flight took place on the 22nd of December, so not too long ago, 6 days ago. And we'll go through all the details. I've got the original flight plan, so the original routing, and so very much looking forward to flying this thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Yes,
the
Easy.
Captain Black
We'll
Box
talk about this as well,
Infotainment
Easy. Yeah.
experience. New subscribers should now pick up their past first class. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Captain, and
Chat. Thank you so much for the 6 months of total, half a year of support. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, so we'll talk about the specifics, which is quite interesting. And Easy, I'm not sure, did you see this video by any chance? I mean, it's in German, but if you activate the translation there, you will get the English subtitles. It's a German TV show which has been around for quite some time, and I think personally they do some fantastic reporting, especially on the Frankfurt airport and Lufthansa. Hey Tom, greetings to Vienna. And so they made a fantastic documentary there. Now I can't show it due to copyright claim issues, obviously. So I'm not going to be able to. But I can post a link. I've just posted a link here in the chat, and yeah, it's in German. But again, you can translate it. And they also explain one of the specifics when they pick up an aircraft. And one of the very cool things is, a lot of those pilots that you see in that documentary is actually pilots I've trained with. So those were my instructors, and one of them, we have a fantastic long history and a very funny history. So For me personally, it was a very, I would say it was somewhat emotional to see that that documentary and those those friends. So it's something different when you have a very personal connecting history in that regard, especially when it involves people. So fantastic documentary, love that. Anyways, so this livery, as most of you know, is a special livery that that has been made initially now for this 787, and it marks the 100th year of the Lufthansa company, which will be celebrated in 2026, so next year. So a big year for Lufthansa. They are going to paint or use this special livery on an A380, an A350, and also on a 747, which will be interesting to see. Yeah, so normally now before you pick up an aircraft, there will be a lot of flight testing, right? So yeah, I agree. That's an interesting livery for sure. Very nice. And Mexi, hello to you. How are you? Jilind, hello. Daniel, hello. Good morning. Yeah. So so that they always send a team of experts, technicians, pilots, etc., cabin crew staff that have been specifically trained to do these special pickup flights, delivery flights, and they have a huge checklist to go through. It takes several weeks for the complete aircraft to be then accepted by the company. That's also described in that video there, and then once the company or the people representing Lufthansa are happy with the aircraft, they will then phone to the home base and say, you know what, the aircraft is ready now. We're happy with it. You can now send over the 200 million euros. So what happens then is that you're going to be in an office, right? And in that video as well, they pretty much have this office there, which is quite funny. So you have a Lufthansa representative. Airbus, good morning. Well, Autotrust Blue, not just Qatar. Lufthansa also does, very meticulously, check the aircraft and then point out things that are not up to quality, right? But that's normal procedure. That's normal procedure. That's just the way it is. Anyways, so then the Lufthansa representative calls up the company, says, "Hey, aircraft is good. We can take it over now." And so they will then wire $200 million dollars to Boeing. And then what happens? It's kind of an official. They call it a transfer of ownership. Hey, Fabian, nice to see you. Good morning. So they sign a contract. So Boeing has transfer of title. Yeah. So the aircraft is then officially handed over from Boeing to the airline, in this case Lufthansa. So they sign the contract, and from that point onwards, it's officially then a Lufthansa aircraft flying under the German country registration. So Delta Alpha Bravo Papa Uniform is the designated call sign, or the registration here. Schnäppchen, yeah. Well, I mean, Svenja, the list price is probably 250, 300 million for one 787. But obviously, if you order, lots of planes, then you will get a discount, right? Now, while this is going on in the background, the pilots will already be with dispatch, Boeing dispatch, and they will get the flight planning done, and then they make sure that the aircraft is airworthy, in a sense. Again, they do the out check, they do the cockpit checks, make sure the checklists are there, all the documents are there. They order the fuel, look at the weather, which we'll do in a minute as well. And then once that's done, not much really happening in terms of loading, right? There's no cargo. there are no passengers apart from the people that were there for the testing and the contract signing. And Pibas, moin, wie geht's? Pete. Yeah, if that's in English, then yeah, A350 delivery of Air France, yeah. So that's what happens in the background, and so you can imagine, very busy indeed. Now let me get the jetway to the aircraft. Let's do something there. Cool. Yeah, and I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas, guys. I hope you're all well. I hope you had a lovely, peaceful, relaxing Christmas time. You're going home later, Pete. Thank you. Cool. Yeah, and Boeing. So Boeing has many different airports. So we have the old kind of Boeing field, but then obviously they have Snohomish airport here, Kilo Papa Alpha Echo, and you can see the huge assembly line halls there. And as always, you would expect lots of aircraft. Looking forward to the 777X. Lufthansa is still optimistic as a launching customer to receive the aircraft by beginning of 2027. Keeping fingers crossed. But yeah, lots of different aircraft here at this field, right? And then usually when there's a delivery, they have a dedicated terminal building where you would pick up the aircraft. So you do all the contract signings and then pre-planning, and then you board the aircraft through a jetway there, and then fly the aircraft home. Yes, so Claudia, good morning, Claudia. Yeah, so the aircraft itself is to the aircraft here real quickly. I'm not sure there's a door open here. No. Now I'm wondering, do we have
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box infotainment experience. New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class.
They have kind of a viewpoint there. All right, let's do that.
Hello BB. I wish you a nice delivery flight.
777 driver, hello. Thank you very much for that. And I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the 8 months. Humber, hello to you. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, I wish you the same, Humber. Welcome. Let me do one more thing though. I find the sounds here quite loud at the moment. Let me quickly find the sound setting. Yeah, that's a bit better. Just a little bit quieter. Cool. Good. Yeah, I've dialed down the sim sounds. Yeah. Cool. Let me try one more thing here, because I do want to have some viewpoints here, and you can see I've got something new here. So I have a head tracker. So I did get myself the Toby eye tracker, bought it with my own money, so I can give you an honest review if you like later on. Nice. Yeah, like I was saying, the pilots would be also not in the aircraft just yet. Initially they would be in dispatch, and they would go through the briefing package. Somebody was already commenting on what I'm doing today. So I'm using active sky with historical weather. So I've set it to the 22nd of December. at 2200 UTC around about. So it should be 2220 now in the sim. So let's have a look here. Yeah, about 2220 GMT UTC. And the aircraft departed IRL at 2300 UTC on the 22nd of December. Polly, does it have a viewpoint for the HUD? I mean, you can set it for the HUD. The thing is, though, that the Lufthansa does not operate the HUD. But if you want to, you can set a viewpoint like this. So I could just simply add a viewpoint here. Doesn't have HUD there, but we'll do that. No, Lufthansa does not use the HUDs. So the thing actually, now there was a bit of a misconception from my side. I thought that. Hey Voyager, morning, Nick. It's.
I feel I am retired capper.
Indeed, yeah, it's a bit weird, but I mean, I could have started the flight yesterday evening, but then I would have had to fly through the night, right? No, I'm too old for that. So that's why we're doing a historical flight, historical weather, historical time, not real time, but it's going to be a full flight. No time acceleration. Exactly, Voyager. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great Christmas. Yeah, so initially I thought that the new aircraft, so Lufthansa has 5 leased 787s, and they came with a HUD, head-up display. But since the 777Xs that Lufthansa will get in 2027, they will not have a head-up display. Now, it seems like some people are saying that the 787 does not have an option not to have a HUD. So I'm waiting for confirmation, though, from a colleague. So it could be that these 787s with the Rolls-Royce engines, because the leased 787s Lufthansa has actually have GE engines, but these new ones will have Rolls-Royce engines. So it'll be interesting to see if they actually do have a physical HUD installed, but again, it will be sealed, and the pilots will not be able to use them. The pilots will not get training for it, so that's why they don't use it. Good. Yeah, as we're saying, we are currently still preparing the flight, and I have made a flight plan, obviously, and let me get my Navigraph charts here, and I will load the flight, import SimBrief. So there's always parts, obviously, that are common to short-range briefing packages. So regarding normal alternate weather, fuel values, NOTAMs, etc. So these are all the same as on short range. Now, for the long-range flights, though, of course, then we have one speciality, and that is the ETOPS part. And ETOPS is, I would say, more complicated in the planning stages. And I have a prepared little file for that that we'll go through in a second as well. Let's just have a look at the normal flight plan so we can see that the routing, and this is the original routing, so this is actually the exact routing this flight took on the 22nd in the evening. And so if you take, I always find it so fascinating, so if you take, let's check, where's the, so the Mercator projection, right? You get this kind of curved routing, and people always say, Hey, Drehflüger, good morning. Yeah, people will say, oh, you know, why are they flying, you know, not a straight line, right? Well, it's because of the map projection, right? So the Mercator projection is a bit weird because scaling is correct at the equator, but the further away you get north and south from the equator, everything just gets pulled apart. And that's why, you know, the pictures of Canada, northern Russia, etc., is completely out of proportions, right? So if you want to have a more realistic view, you take the globe view, and then you can see that way it's actually pretty much a straight line, not a perfect straight line. It will never be perfectly straight unless the wind fields are, you know, exactly the optimum at the straight line, so the great circle distance. But the routing will normally be somewhere close to the great circle. Great, yeah, exactly. Flat Earther hate this projection. So, you know, if you've got a globe, you span a piece of string from A to B. That's your great circle distance, and again, the routing pretty much represents that today. What you also notice then, the routing takes us very far north, and as you would expect, there's not many airports up north, but we have Iqaluit here. We'll have Edmonton as an alternate, Enroute alternate as well, or ETOPS alternate, and then we've got Keflavik as well, but we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, I don't know, Autoros Blue, I don't know about time compression. I'm not using time compression today I don't know exactly how that would work, yeah. Good, so regarding the flight plan, now I think in SimBrief as well, even if you upload the historic weather through Active Sky, it still gives you the weather for the today. So, oh, actually, hang on. No, that's the 22nd. Oh, it actually worked then. That's cool. And also, Drehflüger, Dankeschön. 36 months, 3 years. Hang on. Give a round of applause for that. Drehflüger, Dankeschön. 3 years. That's a long time as well. I much appreciate that, Drehflüger. Thank you so much for that. And Voyage, again, thank you for the 62 months. Exactly. So there's a setting for historical weather, but as far as I understand, you have to upload the Active Sky file from the historical weather. So SimBrief does not have the historical weather, to my understanding. So you upload the Active Sky file for that day, and that's where it actually gets it from. So if I look at Seattle Pane, that is actually the wrong weather. So that's not what we have today. Sorry, what we have historically, 22nd. So I'm kind of wondering if it actually prints the date, but it's not really the weather from there, or it's got a wrong historical weather, because I did go through the process of actually looking at the weather. So I do have the files. There's a website where you can actually look at historical TAF and historical METARs. So if I look at the Seattle METAR, 22nd of December, 22:53 UTC, they had 115, 19 gust 27, 10 miles, fuel 4.5, overcast 6,000, plus 9 degrees, and 2970. Now let's have a look at the Active Sky weather here. So that's what the Active Sky is actually currently injecting into the sim. So it's probably doing the 23 hour weather now, but 9 degrees and 2970. That pretty much matches exactly what the historical weather says there as well. And if I go into the aircraft, it's got 9 degrees there. And once we've aligned, we can check the altitude as well. And so I'm going to pre-dial 2970. Although the barometric should be correct. So if I have a look again at the chart, look at pane fields, elevation, 600 feet. Yeah, so that seems correct. So as far as I understand, all of the injection is correct here. Exactly, yes, you have to do that through the SimBrief downloader. Yes, that's correct. That's what you have to do, absolutely. Cool. Let me get back into the office. It's a bit quieter here in the office. Good. So for the flight planning, now I'm going to take the file that I've made here because that's going to be more accurate regarding the historical weather. So we can see for Frankfurt, it is forecasting easterly winds, and they did land 207 right in the morning, and so that's what we expect. We've got Nuremberg as the alternate airport. Also, Nuremberg is looking very nice. The flight had the following ETOPS alternate airports. So you can see our routing here. And remember, the green circle represents the 1 hour still air distance flight time, single engine. And as soon as as long as you're within the green circles, so you can see here, for example, later on, once we are within the 1 hour Keflavik circle, we're going to be in 1 hour Glasgow circle, and then there's so many airports in Europe where you will always be within 1 hour flight time range to a suitable airport to land on, in case you have an engine failure, right? So there's no need to have any ETOPS section from this point here until you land, okay? But what you can see, here's Iqaluit. That's 1 hour still air distance, one engine out range, 421 miles, I think it is, for the 787. And you can see here, there's a gap. So that's our routing, and there's a gap between Keflavik and Iqaluit. All right. So you can see those red dots, and that is where we have an ETOPS section. So there's we leave that 1 hour range ring here from Iqaluit until we enter the 1 hour range to Keflavik. This part here is a ETOPS section with an equitime point there. That orange dot here is an equitime point, right? The same is also true. Now, people always think ETOPS is always Atlantic or Pacific. No, no, no. Has nothing to do with water. Obviously, over water, there will be less suitable airports to land at. But what you can also have is an ETOPS section over land. And that's what we have today here in northern Canada. All right, so there is Yankee Whiskey Golf, and that is... now, forgive me, I don't know all the airport before I say something wrong. That's Winnipeg. So Winnipeg Airport there. Yep, true, some driver, correct, Winnipeg. So you can see again, that red dot there, it says entry. That's entry 1. So that's the first ETOPS entry point, and that's the first ETOPS exit point. And we have an ETOPS time here, in a halfway point, equitime point, which is fairly far to the west, and I can only assume it has to do with the strong wind here. All right. So whenever there's a lot of wind, like we have here, then that point shifts obviously a lot closer to the area where you fight against the wind. So that's why you have your equitime point there. Now, this is also represented on your flight plan. So we will have a table where we have these coordinates depicted for us. So entry point, equitime point, exit point. Again, that's for the first part, the first ETOPS part. And then we have the second ETOPS part here, entry, equitime point, and exit point. Also then given to us with coordinates, right? Also on the flight plan, what we get is we get some information regarding the expected time when we cross those waypoints, right? So entry will be 1 hour 56 after departure. Actually, that could be UTC. Sorry, that's probably UTC. Oh, no, it's not. That must be flight time then. Not sure. That's weird. Why is that? Oh no, that's always a time for these sections. Yeah, so that's always, it's a bit weird depiction. I remember that being different, I think. But anyway, so that's a time for the entry, equitime point, exit point, UTC time, or flight time. I have to check on the flight plan in a second. But you can see the section distances of each of those legs. Right. So each of these sections, you get a distance to that, and then the time it takes you to travel through that distance. Now, you will also then get an average wind component, so headwind component, tailwind component, and of course then equitime point will give you a headwind component. In this case, flying back towards Winnipeg. Sorry, that's going to be not Winnipeg. Edmonton. So that's Edmonton. And then we also have a wind component that will then take us towards Iqaluit, for example, here, right? So that's at 25 knot tailwind on average when we continue to Iqaluit. The most important thing then really for us is these two sections here, so that we have a condition, how that ETOPS section is calculated with. I'll explain that in a minute as well, what that means. And then you will see that the fuel requirements at that waypoint, right? So to get from the entry, let's say, from that point, right, back to Winnipeg, we would need that fuel amount, right? And that's the fuel amount we expected to have at that point. So you can see we have plenty of fuel, right? To have an engine failure, descend down. Well, actually, we have an engine failure and decompression. We would descend down level 100 and then fly at long-range cruise speed level 100 to Edmonton. It would take at least plus reserves with 11.6 tons, and we're going to have 30.5 tons there. So, which means you can already see again, if you have an ETOPS section close to your departure airport, you're not going to have a problem with fuel, right? What happens when does it get complicated or more restrictive is more towards the end of your flight. And so later today,
new subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
Jay Foot, or Foot, thanks so much for the tier 1. Welcome to the community. Foot, thanks so much. Yeah, Triple 7 Drive, we'll have a look in a minute at the flight plan. Then we can see if that's the UTC time or the elapsed time. So what we do is we check, we make sure that the estimated fuel on board is always more, or at least equal to the required. Okay, so the closer airports are to any decision point, be it exit or entry points or equitime points, the less fuel you're going to need at that point, right? But we always check the difference, right? Make sure that we always have enough fuel for that scenario. And we have the abbreviations DX, 1X, and DC. And what does it mean? Well, we have critical fuel scenarios, right? So DX for 2-engine aircraft, for the 787 and 777, pretty sure as well, would be the most critical case, always the combination of engine out plus decompression. Now you're going to say, you know, what kind of silly idea is that? Like, why would you prepare for an engine failure and a decompression? Well, you know, if things go really, really wrong, and things have gone really, really wrong in the past, if you have an uncontained engine failure where a fan blade goes through the cabin, causing a decompression as well, you have that engine out and decompression scenario, right? So this is literally the worst case. And so because of the oxygen requirement, so we don't have any extra oxygen like, let's say, a 747 has for certain operations over the Himalayan mountains, as an example, where you have extra oxygen bottles for the passengers to extend a flight time under the oxygen masks. Here we don't have that, okay? So that's why we would have to be at level 100 after a certain time span. Normally that would be at least, or latest 30 minutes after we had that decompression, right? So the whole calculation then is expecting to have an engine failure and decompression. You descend down, and then you fly at level 100 with an engine failed, right? And then you plan from that point, the worst case point, if you like, or equitime point, to your Enroute ETOPS alternate airport. You have fuel for one approach, go around, second approach, reserves, etc. If you have engine anti-ice, that's why also it's calculating either with engine anti-ice or without engine anti-ice requirements. That's also stated on the flight plan. Here, for example, ice, right? It does tell you that you have extra requirements for ice, engine anti-ice. Again, why? Because you're flying low. You're at level 100. You're going to go through some clouds, potentially. And hence you have to have additional as well for anti-ice. Okay. But you can see here the condition dx, that's how these scenarios, so these few scenarios are calculated with. Okay. While we're here, really quick rundown. I'm not going to go through all of the ETOPS stuff. That would blow the whole preparation stuff. But you can just simply think of this. For ETOPS, you have what we call 4 pillars. So the 4 pillars of ETOPS. One requirement is aerodromes. Another requirement is weather. Third requirement is fuel. And we just talked about fuel requirement a little bit. And then the last requirement would be aircraft. So anything with MEL, any system-related stuff that could potentially either fail your ETOPS rating or have additional fuel requirements, let's say, or some other aspects you have to do and adhere to, which will not kind of kill your ETOPS approval, but will be more restrictive. So these are, the 4 pillars. So all of those requirements, regulations have to be met. And so aerodrome requirements, this is always done pre-planning, right? So you have to make sure that you have immersion services, the navigation aids. It has to be at a certain relative position to your routing. It has to fulfill performance, landing performance requirements. Also, it has to have sufficient lighting. ATC has to be available. Communications has to be met at a certain level. Weather reporting has to be available. And they also look at runway characteristics, runway width, length, etc., right? So that's, firefighting capability, obviously, as well. So that always goes under the pillar of aerodrome, right? The weather, lots of things to do. Hey, Jeju, lots of things to consider, right? Average wind plus minus 1 hour within operation limits. Runway conditions must be taken into account. Then all appropriate weather reports, forecast have to be met. And you can see here, for example, depending on what the airport offers as approach capability, and if we take Equilit, for example, today, Equilit here, Yankee Foxtrot Bravo, you can see that preparations would say we have 1 runway available, 2,621 meters long, 61 meters wide. It offers a RNF approach and localized approach runway 16. So the lowest minimas that we have would be 578 feet for the decision altitude, and minimum visibility requirement is 2 statute miles. Okay. For the 3-4 runway, so let's say the wind is okay for runway 3-4, then we have a cut 1 approach, meaning the approach lowest from the chart is 200 feet decision altitude. Decision height in this case, and minimum visibility requirement is 3/4 statute miles. Okay. Then what we would need to do is pre-planning, add additionals, right? So we got a cat 1 available, then we add 200 feet to the lowest minimum, which was in our case 200, so that would be 400 feet, and we have to add a half statute mile to the minimum required visibility, right? So I know it gets complicated, but that's just the way it is, right? So we would add 200 feet and add half a section mile as our minimum. So then we'd have to look at the weather reporting and check our operational flight plan with the weather. So here is equilit, and then we have to make sure that plus minus 1 hour of our time window where we potentially going to be landing at equilit, that minimum visibility and minimum decision height has to be met. Okay, and that's where you look at your forecasts, and let's say we are going to be there round about, yeah, that'll be that window with temporary stuff. So the worst thing I can see right now is pretty much here the like snowfall, but 6 miles, broken 6,000, no problem, right? So that Alton airport for pre-planning now is clear. We could take that at that airport. Same for Edmonton, right? We'd have to check the Edmonton weather, look at what approaches Edmonton has to offer. So as an example here, Edmonton has 2 runways, Cat 1, Cat 1, Cat 1. So 02, 1, 2, 3, 0 with those lowest minimas available. And weather again, few 2,000. Looking at the weather forecast there, that time window. That's tomorrow, that's today. Yeah, that's pretty much the time window. So again, good weather, no restrictions, right? And then we do the same for Keflavik, right? So these are the 3 main airports we have to check for ETOPS planning. So that was Edmonton, it was Iqaluit, and then Keflavik. Keflavik is going to be a bit windy, but they have 4, well, they have 2 runways, so 4 landing directions. So that would be pretty much a headwind component. But here again, remember, it's written, so that's going to be true, relative to true north. While if you get an actual wind report, META or ATIS, it will be magnetic north referenced. So then you would have to go and check the variation at Keflavik. So that's why, for example, and that's actually a note from my real world flying preparations that I've done. So I've noted down variation 12th degree west, and here's the firefighting category 7, right? And the type of airport, category alpha airport, so normal airport for us, nothing special. So I just want to give you a quick overview of what we had to go through regarding our ETOPS planning, right? So there's lots of stuff that we have to consider on these long range flights. So whether then another pillar was the fuel. So normal fuel values for normal fly, the ETOPS stuff we just talked about with the decompression, engine failure stuff, regarding ETOPS alternate, etc., right? So that also goes into the planning. And then we have the aircraft technical status as well, making sure that it all is good to go and nothing is limiting for the ETOPS. Another thing which is something you have to remember is we talk about ETOPS pre-planning right now. So the pre-planning phase has certain requirements, but it will be too easy if the time points, the timestamps for all of these pre-planning things were all the same. Well, they're not. So the pre-planned weather conditions have to be met until we begin our takeoff run. Okay, so let's say we're taxiing out. We planned with Iqaluit and with Edmonton and with Keflavik. We're taxiing out. Suddenly we get a message from dispatch saying, hey, Captain, be aware, Keflavik has just gone below minimas. Keflavik is no longer a valid ETOPS alternate for you. What shall we do? So we say, well, how about we take, I don't know what airport, right? We're going to have to reroute you so that you have this and this airport as your alternate airport. Now that would require this and this fuel. Do you have enough fuel for that? We will send you the flight plan, and then I can say yes or no, right? If it's no, yeah, back to the parking stand, get the fuel truck, and so on, right? Yeah, well, worst case, cancel flight, book hotels, etc. But again, the weather requirements for ETOPS, they are going to have to be met until takeoff. Once you're in the takeoff phase, let's say we just lifted off, gears coming up, I'm getting the same message from dispatch. Hey, Keflavik has just gone below the ETOPS planning minimas. Then I would say, well, hang on, we're now in flight, right? We have now different minimas, in-flight minimas for the alternate airport now. They are lower, right? They're not as high. We don't have to have those high additionals compared to when we're pre-flight, compared to when we're in flight. The fuel requirements. The moment that you are taxing under your own engine power, that's when you are no longer required to have fuel according to ETOPS planning. Then it's actually for the in-flight planning. And for the technical status, again, once the aircraft is moving under own power, should we taxi out and there's a failure, which potentially could affect ETOPS certification, you could think about whether or not you're going to depart or not. I mean, recommended no. Legal, potentially yes. So just be aware that there are different time windows with those requirements. Right, we've got some questions. Glenn, there were many, I'm saying many, but there were several cases with uncontained engine failures where the cabin was damaged. Yeah. There was a 737 as well, not too long ago in the US. Yeah, so Ultras Blue, again, I know that 747 at Lufthansa, they have, some of them have extra oxygen bottles installed, huge bottles for the passengers, so that they can fly those special routings over the Himalayan mountains. Do you flare 30 feet call out on the 787? Yeah, I mean the 787 didn't really have to be flared too early. So I always waited, until 30 feet, mostly 40, 30 feet. Then I did one input in the yoke to see how the aircraft is reacting. And then it would just, just derotate the aircraft a little bit. And it lands beautifully. I don't know if no pressurization gives you better fuel efficiency. I mean, from bleed demand, maybe. If that's what you're referring to, then maybe that. Would the company pay the ETOPS airport even when they do not want to land there? Otherwise, I'm thinking how an airport well, Keflavik is a normal airport, really, Jacob. So I'm thinking more like airports like Iqaluit. Or there will be another airport we'll talk about once we're in flight regarding Sonderstrom, for example. Or Nanook. Sorry, not Nanook. Nuuk Airport. So technically, you could land there, a 787. Yeah, Yellowknife, there's a lot of airports. But again, especially now for the ETOPS planning that we just received, be it Iqaluit, Edmonton, and Keflavik, we've made sure that we are legal, right? We've checked the dispatch, and the airline has checked that all the requirements are fulfilled. Now, obviously, it's not expected of us pilots to call up the airport, right? I'm not going to call in Iqaluit and say, "Hey guys, are you awake today? Are you going to be, 1 UTC until 3 UTC? Are you going to be available?" We pilots don't do that, right? That's done through dispatch or NOTAMs, whatever, right? But we pilots don't, we don't check that personally, right? But it could happen. Let's say the weather is such that dispatch says, "Oh, that's all right," but I'm going to say as a pilot, that's really marginal. That crosswind, that snowfall, I'm not happy with that alternate airport. Can you try Gander or whatever, right? And then they will give me a new flight plan with those fuel calculations with Gander, assuming Gander would be a valid airport, right? Good. Right, I hope I haven't confused you too much at this early hour. If I have, sorry for that. But But yeah, in principle, we've checked the weather. Okay, so we're happy with the weather. So I opted today for, and this is a fuel value which I always have a hard time comprehending. So the trip fuel for this flight, since we're not very heavy, we're pretty light. We're going to weigh about 130 tons, zero fuel weight. Right, that's pretty light. Normally we're in the region of about 165 to 170 tons on the 787-9. Today, very, very light aircraft. So 9 hours, 3 minutes flight time, and the trip fuel is going to be 38.3 tons. I find that mind-boggling. So we got a contingency 3% on top there. We have Nuremberg alternate fuel. We have the final reserve at Nuremberg Airport for 30 minutes. And then I said I'm going to take 2,000 kilograms extra today, in case we have to fly a bit faster or the weather deteriorates. Again, we're so far north with so little options. Yeah, taking 2 tons extra. Yes, it does cause more fuel burn, right? So if I look at the extra burn, so here 1 ton is going to burn for the whole flight 148 kilograms. So for me, the luxury to take 2 tons extra fuel today will burn about 300 kilograms. Right? It's still going to be more fuel burn than legally required. I'm aware of that, but you know, the captain decides on the fuel value in the end. And also what you get here as well, that's interesting, right? So you're going to get a dollar value. So for each ton extra fuel, the company loses $267. So today, my boss is going to be a bit unhappy because I'm going to burn $500, right, of extra costs today because I'm taking extra fuel. Okay. Oh yeah, I know. So SimBrief, you got to be careful. Hazel, like you got to be careful with SimBrief and ETOPS stuff. Now, I did plan with these airports that we had on the original flight plan. So you can see I forced SimBrief to use Edmonton, Iqaluit, and Keflavik. All right. So at least that worked. I'm not going to go through all the NOTAMs, but you can see long range flying. Look at all the NOTAMs. And you can see how tiring it is to read all the NOTAMs, right? Pilots will learn and adapt to quickly scan, but I think you'll understand that you can miss something really easily with those codes, right? But all I can say is each pilot has to be, careful enough and concentrated enough to make sure that none of the big things are missed, like closed runways, closed taxiways, snow tams, area radar failures, whatever, right? SIGMETs, you have to make sure you are going to be checking today. So today I can see severe turbulence, for example, right? So my scan normally goes, if I see severe turbulence, I don't look at the positions. I look at where the turbulence is supposed to be vertically. So surface 4,000 feet, don't really care. Surface at level 140, don't really care. Edmonton, well, if we have to fly there, okay. It's not nice. If we have to divert to Edmonton, then we potentially would have some turbulence there. Winnipeg, also severe turbulence forecasted. Another difference is forecast and actually reported, right? So forecast is always one thing, but I do then listen up really carefully if I'm reading or hearing pilot reported severe turbulence or severe icing. Good. All right, guys. So we decided on a block fuel of 46 tons. So 450 tons taxi fuel. Taxi fuel means that the APU fuel burn is in that as well. So taxi fuel doesn't only take into account the taxi out, it also takes into account the APU burn fuel on the position here. Good. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, theoretically, you could use AI to summarize note terms, but I would be very careful. We all know how buggy AI is to this day, so I would be careful with that. Right, so we've done our briefing. So then we're going to go to the aircraft, right? Here's our cockpit. There's our pilots. So the technicians have already powered up the aircraft. So we checked the logbook, made sure that everything's fine. Brand new aircraft. You wouldn't really expect anything else apart from a perfectly working aircraft, right? So I'm going to be pilot flying since I'm the only one in the front of the PC, but IRL, you would have 3 pilots for this flight. So there's a break as well. Hey, buddy, plastic queen, indeed. All right, let's get some stuff going here, right? So let's get the IRS aligned. That's done. Flight deck power. Gonna put the window heat on already, and that remains off. Hydraulic panels off. Gonna put the seatbelts on already. Lighting, overhead panel, left field. And we've got to hurry up. We're running a bit behind schedule. Fuel pumps are off. That's all good. Engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice into auto. We're going to put the nav lights on. Then we'll make sure humidifiers on, recirculation fans are on, pack switches are on. And here, be aware, the packs on the 787 are not bleed air driven. The packs are actually driven by cabin air compressors. Right, and they will run when you have certain electric conditions met. Usually, if you only have 2 electric connectors, external connectors left and right, and you don't have the aft connected, which normally you don't, then the packs will not be running. So what I'll do, I'm going to start the APU, and then once the APU is available, adding its own electric power to the network, then there will be enough electric power to power up the pack system and then get some air conditioning going. It's pretty cold. 9 degrees in the cabin. Cockpit. It's a bit chilly. We want it warmer. Good. So overhead panel is done. Let's go have a look at the main panel here. Flight directors on. Auto thrust on. We'll set the altimeter here. Going to take terrain mode. We'll do that later. Then normally what I would do already, I would set my VSD. I don't have a VSD here, so vertical situation display. And dial in. Here's some map mode. Just have a quick look, glance at the status page. No status messages. We have hydraulic values, oxygen values, engine oil. Quantity is good. So that's all fine. Now here, normally I would already put in the heading for the runway and the first cleared altitude, but I'll wait until I check the charts for that. Hey Avenger, how are you doing? Jalend, will you do an April's Fool stream where you will live? I can try to get my wife to do that. Yeah, why not? All right, let's check the FMS. So we've got a good database. So December 25th until January 21st next year. So that's all correct. Let me go index, settings. We've got weight and balance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Infotainment.
Another new member, Autistic Top Gun. Thank you so much for joining the community. I much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome. Thanks for the support. Very, very kind of you. And So we wanted to have 10 passengers. So like we said, we have some technicians, some management staff on board as well. So 10 passengers, cargo 300 kilograms. So 0 fuel weight, 130 tons. The block fuel though, block fuels, let's check again. Block fuel, yeah, about 46 tons. Correct. So we've got 46 tons, and as well with the weights all correctly loaded. Yeah, perfect. That's fine. Routing. Let's do the route request. Autistic Top Gun, you're asking, you have a question on some VR approaches and ILS localized minimums are based on step-down fix. And there's an altitude associated with that fix. What does it mean? Okay. Let's load the routing. So these days, most approaches are actually a continuous descent final approach. So CDFA approaches. What does that mean? So even non-precision approaches are planned in a way that you have an angle that you descend with. Okay. There are, of course, older or smaller airports that have, as you say, step-down fixes. Do you have an airport as a reference, Top Gun? Because then I can refer that to that chart. Oh, Warsaw. Okay, let's check. Quickly check Warsaw. So you said the VOR approach. Yeah, VOR. Do you mean these step downs? Or is there a different approach you mean? Check another, okay. Two 9. Yeah, so the only thing I'm seeing here is, you know, you have those initial step downs, yeah, but this is the final approach altitude here. So for VOR approach, right, final approach point, 3.5 degrees. You would also be expected to fly this as a continuous descent approach. Now, you do have obstacle clearance altitudes. So these gray areas, these are altitudes you have to respect. So by no means would we be allowed to go below 1400 feet altitude as long as we are outside of 7.8 miles. Once we are between 7.8 and 2.6 miles, the lowest we're allowed to go is 800 feet. So theoretically, if you dive down, so you're not going a straight 3.5 degree down, you're actually diving down very quickly, you would have to level off at 800 feet and fly until 2.6. And then at 2.6, you can go down to your minimums. Right. So that's what says with the clearance altitudes. Good. The departure today is going to be out of runway. It was runway. It was 16. Hold on. Yeah, 16 right. They depart from. So we are departing 16 right, and there's no SIDs. Ali, it is, yeah. So it's just going to be 16, then radar vectors. And I actually have some real-world ATC recording from that flight, which we can initially use later on. Good. So we've got that. Now we have to check the routing once we've entered everything into the FMS. So let me just quickly call that up here. Let's go with OFP. So we have direct Seattle, then radar vectors Alpsi or Alps, then direct Yankee Delta Charlie, then it's going to be 51 north, 115 west, 53 north, 110 west, 56 north, 100 west, 56 Oh, sorry. This is the thing. So you're going to have uneven coordinates. So here it says 5830 at 90 west, but here in the FMS it says 59. Okay, so you're going to have to go. Now normally it would be coded like you know, N59090 or 59090, and then you would look up the nav data for that. But let's check the legs page real quickly, see if I can call it that way. That was here. Yeah, that's wrong then. Let me have a look if that's coded differently here. Nav data. No, not that. Okay, so that's going to be, we're going to have to check that later on. Because that would be a wrong coordinate. And you don't want to fly wrong coordinates, trust me. You get in a lot of trouble if you do that. The same for the this one here. So it should be 5930 80 west. So those two we have to maybe change later on. It could be a problem with the Horizon mod where it uplinks a wrong coordinates that way. But we'll check later. So then it's going to be direct to Tunny. Then direct to Mipno. Direct Nifty. Then again, it's going to be 6150, 6140, 6030, 5920. Or correct Golmup. Direct Ginger. Fenix. Direct Tala. Then Airway November 97 Natep. And then Mike 981 Godos. Direct Zokpo, direct Dixat, and then the arrival to Frankfurt. We are expecting the ILS 7 right. Or let's take the GPS 7 right, Zulu right. So let's take Zulu 7 right, GPS. We'll take the Dixat 1 Delta. Let's take let's take it this way. So it's a bit different to the real aircraft. So plan mode, but we want a different range. Go to destination. And there we go. So now we have a correct arrival routing there. Discontinuity, leave that open for later. And so then that's it. That's the routing done. So route is in. It doesn't have route copy yet, so we can't do route 2 here. Then we'll check for the reserve fuel. And the reserve fuel is going to be for Nuremberg 4.1 tons. 4.1. Now, before we start getting the FMS complaining about not enough fuel, let's load the wind data. Because we do have an average tailwind component today of about 43 knots. That's a lot of tailwind. That's average over the whole flight time. So we're going to be 43 miles faster than standard for each hour. On a 10-hour flight, that's about 400 miles. That's almost an hour flight time we saved today. So if we flew from Frankfurt to Seattle on the same routing, we would take 11 hours instead of 9 back. Let's load the wind data. Airbus, we're going to have to wait and see. Probably not. Probably not. So we'll check the wind data later. With enough time later in flight. Yeah, exactly. Short Sun Drive. That's why it's an issue with the Horizon mod here, not showing the correct coordinates. Good. Let's do also the descent forecast uplink. And here in the 787, we also have a climb, and so we have a climb and descend uplink for the winds. So 6.1 tons. That looks okay. Yeah, look at that. So 4641 on the flight plan. Distance to Frankfurt. 4651. Hey, forward, good to be. So that adds up nicely. That's only 10-mile difference. I'm happy with that. So the routing seems to be correct. Then we'll have a look here. Position reference is already in. Yeah. So routing is done. Performance in it. Cost index today. Yeah, we're going to fly high. Level 410. Cost index 160. Which is pretty fast, actually. 160. Normally it'd be around 90, 80. Is the landing flare? Not sure. I haven't landed at the 777 IRL. Oh, LH Virtual. LH Virtual, now that I read your name. So first of all, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. And I apologize, I have not replied to your Discord message. I will do so tomorrow, okay? Because you did ask me about the 787 stuff, so I'll give you an answer. Apologies again, I've been very, very busy with family, friends, celebrations. But a huge shout out and a big round of applause. LH Virtual, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. So Starry, Yilki, Sergaric, Long Haul, and Lineup Wait TV, please say a big thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, so one more thing, quick look at Warsaw. Answer that quickly. So he's saying approach to 9. So the VOR approach to 9. Yeah, no, so the thing is that the only difference between those two is, so if you have a DME distance available, then you have 740 as a minimum. If you have no DME receiver, or there's no DME distance being sent from DVR, then you can only go down to 800. 800 because that's the lowest clearance floor you can get to. That's the only difference there. Well, no, not necessarily. No. It's not required. So you can descend via a fix on your nav display if you have the accuracy required for that. You can descend out of that fix FD29 if you can display it. If you can't display that, if you're not RNF equipped, you can't. No. So if you're doing a standard VR approach, then of course you can't fly the approach. I agree. And LH Virtual as well for the 2 months. Thank you so much. LH Virtual, yeah, I'm not sure how you would do that, but I will definitely answer your question that you posted. And again, apologies for taking so long. So you can fly the approach if it's an RNF overlay, okay? So yeah, and thank you so much, Virtual, for your kindness. Thank you so much. So 2 options: an overlaid approach, so kind of RNF. So you have RNF capability, and you have the approach stored as an RNF overlaid procedure in your FMS. Then you could descend at least at Foxtrot Delta 29. However, for this minimum, you do need the raw data DME distance, right? If you do not have the raw data DME distance, you can only take 800 feet. If you can't do RNF overlay at all, then you can't even fly the approach. Yeah. Exactly. Cool. Right, let's get back. So we've done the preparations here. The last thing to do is we're going to have to go and look at the performance here. So let's do 16 right. Condition will take, well, we'll take wet. It could be raining. The temperature, so the wind was, let's check the conditions real quickly. It's going to be 170-14. Yeah. 9 degrees. And yeah, 1006 is fine. Take weight 176.2. Let's do 176 300 just in case we don't burn enough fuel there. CG, what's CG there? Let's try 20. I don't think I can change that anyways, can I? Oh, we can. Okay, let's do 20. It's about average CG that we normally have. Pretty sure that I can't get the CG displayed here anywhere. We'll do takeoff 2 with very light. Assumed temperature will take 50 degrees. Optimum flaps. We'll take engine anti-ice on. Improved climb none. Calculate. So it's going to be flap 5 and very low speeds. So 33, 45, and 52 for V2. Does that work? Let's have a look. Index. Takeoff. Accept. So 20 in here. Yep, that worked fine. Cool. So 6.75 will be the trim. Let's quickly have a look here. Systems. Let's just put the air. And you see now that we have the APU electric connected, AP generator connected, now the air conditioning is running. So that's brilliant. So that's already off. Fantastic. Good. So we finished the preparations. That is all done. Let's cancel the messages here. Let's have a look at the doors. Doors. Let's see. I think we can do the doors here. Doors. Let's close that. And then we would arm all the doors, but I think that goes automatically or not at all. I'm not sure if that's working here. Let's do that. Flights. Fantastic. Cool. Oh no, buddy, be careful with driving. Yeah. NH Rachel, how do you get the NEDP altitude simulation you have? Well, yeah, no, I used to have the ability to check the real world data, but I don't have the option anymore, unfortunately. So for Mexico, yeah, these days, normally it's NEDP 2 these days. But yeah, I don't have the data for that anymore, unfortunately. Good. Are we all ready? So briefing, it's going to be taxi out via pushback, and then we'll taxi out probably northbound. Let's have a quick look here. Taxi. There's no chart there. Yeah, so we'll take it. Taxi the ramp, and then Alpha 1 we'll take. Runway 16 right. Take off radar vectors to Seattle, and then you can tell the MSA Yeah, fairly high, 5,700, and then to the east it's 7,900, north 4,800. Okay, so engine failure, straight out engine out acceleration will be about 2,200 feet. We'll take right-hand vectors back, although we can take Seattle Airport. They have more runways, longer runways. So Seattle, in case of engine failure. Apart from that, brand new aircraft. What can potentially go wrong, right? Not much. Cool, let's have a quick look here. Oops. Is it? Of course, that didn't I? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. So, I want to have that one. Documents. Procedure 787 normal. Checklist. Sorry, checklist we have to look through. There we go. Right. So for the flows, there we go. So we have some flows available as well if we want them. And then let's do the pre-flight checklist first of all. Let's do first things first. So we're going to go pre-flight. Pre-flight checklist is complete. Then let's do the before start items. Normally we get a clearance, cleared as filed. So let's do that. Fuel pumps. And it's weird that we don't have any center tank fuel. Yeah, no center tank. Oh, hang on, no, it says fuel and center. Disregard. We do have center tank fuel. So that's that. Beacon goes on. We're going to do one recall check. So we want to see hydraulic, engine, TCAS, fuel. Those four we want to see. That's correct. So we can cancel those again. And then last thing to do is going to have transponder. Let's say that's our code. And then we put this to transponder on. TCAS is off, correct. So let's do the before start checklist. Oh, sorry, before start items, there's still something missing. V2 has to be set by the captain. And the trim has to be set as well. So 152, the heading, initial heading will be 163. Doesn't have acceleration, unfortunately. What was it? Avenger, yeah. Oh, Nikki, thanks for the hey, thanks for the information. So NDP 1 is for Mexico. So 163 is set. Yeah, 163 degrees. Good. And first, after let's say 10,000 first altitude. Although we're going to get clearance, climb between 3,000 initially. So 3,000 is set on standard. Passenger signs are on. We have MCP V2 152 heading 163, altitude 3,000. Takeoff speeds V1 133, VR 145, and V2 152. See the pre-flight, it says here completed. Trim is set, and the taxi takeoff briefing completed, and that's the before start check is complete as well. So then let's do GSX. Pushback. This should be Drvichkis. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong, but that's the yeah, so Tom's, I mean, it is a freeware. It's a freeware add-on. I mean, they are working on it, so hopefully at some point they will improve some stuff. but yeah, I'm not complaining since it is freeware. It is free, so. It's quite a nice scenery. Well, that's a big tow truck there. GG's.
Locking gear.
Off we go. 9 hours flight time. Oh no. Okay, we leave that. I just gotta play back the sound file, but ugh, that is somehow interfering with the sim. Ugh, I'm not gonna try that. I'm not gonna play that. Right, let's push back. So we're gonna put this aircraft here. Ready for push. So slight delay. Apologies for that, but there was a lot of stuff to talk about. Right, LNAV, VNAV, got that as well. Good. Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, I just activate VNAV for now because LNAV, for whatever reason, here's a bit of a bug in the Horizon. It does activate LNAV straight away, but we're on fly heading anyways, so good. We have Rolls-Royce engines, okay, which means we cannot start them at the same time. There is no overlapping start, if I remember correctly, for the Rolls-Royce. Another thing you will see on the Rolls-Royce engines, it's got three shafts. So it's got N1, N2, and N3. So I've got 3 rotors. So let's start right engine. Oops. And there we go. So auto start is active. There's a tight apron there. Yeah, so the GE engines, they were capable of doing dual engine start.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
So fairly quiet sounds on the flight deck, unfortunately. Good. Right engine is running. Starting left engine. Kanu, hello. Yeah, frohe Weihnachten. No, it did. No. We had raclette.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Yeah, I can hear the engines a bit from this side. Yeah, so the cost index for us is calculated from dispatch IRL. Yeah. No. So what we can do is normally, so let's say we're a bit behind schedule. What we would do, we would not put in a certain Mach number. We would then change the cost index in the FMS. All right, let's Look. So there's the tow truck. Thank you. Good, both engines running. Let's do the before taxi items flaps 5. Over the panel, only the APU off. No more to do here. Got to do the recall check. TCAS, only thing that should be on. Fantastic. We'll take flight controls here. We'll do a quick flight control check. Oops. And the rudder full left, full right. All running, all working. Now we're going to wait for the all clear signal, and this is very important IRL. Only once you see the ramp agent show you the pin and give you the thumbs up, you know that all aircraft, all personnel is away from the aircraft, all the equipment has been removed, and that's safe. Well, Voyager, they dropped behind like 1 day, so they were supposed to fly. Oh yeah, probably already gave us a signal. And normally they wouldn't walk off until you gave them a thumbs up as well from the aircraft, so. Yeah, alright, so that's a, let's say we had all clear. Fantastic. Good. Let's read the before taxi checklist. Anti-ice off, recall checked, flight controls checked, ground equipment is clear, and APU is, well, selected off. That's the before taxi check is complete. Nice. Good. And then let's taxi. Actually, no, that's right. So let's take this one. Taxi. Right, left side is clear. Right side is clear. So I'm using the Tobii eye tracker for the very first time on stream. I'm not sure why it's not resetting correctly here. Oh, there we go. That's better. Nice. What did the doors say? Doors page. Yeah, all doors armed. Fantastic. Before take a checklist. Checklist complete. Checklist is complete. Yeah, so Mr. Cavitation, it depends on the aircraft engine type. So the General Electric engines, you are allowed to start both at the same time. There are some limitations depending on certain temperature. But yeah, indeed, you would be allowed to start both engines. But with the Rolls-Royce, as far as I know, you can only start them one at a time. Hey Nano, hello to you. I'm doing well. How are you doing? So why is that such a weird position there? Okay, that's better. Right, let's see. One cool thing is that once you are using an eye tracker or head tracker, it's quite nice. It's quite immersive. Lots of aircraft line up. Crazy. You're planning a flight right now. Nice. Yeah, Voyager. I mean, I haven't flown the Horizon not for a very long time. So good. Now I was going to play the audio, but unfortunately, for some reason it really bugs out the system. So they just got the clearance. 16 right, cleared for takeoff. Maintain runway heading, climb 3000 initially. Hey Luke, good morning. Wie geht's? So 3000 is, line up and wait. I'm gonna put all the lights on, strobes go on. I'm gonna check, make sure the approach sector is clear. Fantastic. We'll take yoke cam as well. Fantastic. Good. The elapsed timer will start automatically. Now I'm going to take weather radar. My co-pilot will take terrain mode here. And let's see if we get a good lineup going here. I'll take that. I've still got it. Good. Okay. So one last thing. Let's check the fuel. We have 45.9, so less fuel used as expected. We did calculate 176 tons, if I remember correctly. Yeah. We calculate with 176.3, so all good. Got everything? Still tired? Yeah, I had a wonderful Christmas. Thanks for asking. Hope you too. Good. Let's go. Take off. It's a bit twitchy still, but that's Aerosoft, Microsoft. Take a long time to set the power, just like the real aircraft. Here it comes. Take a thrust set, 80 knots checked. Rotate. Careful with the pitch here, very sensitive. Make sure we don't get a tail strike. There you go, pause rate. Okay, right. Trim the aircraft, let's go heading select. Heading select 163. Trim the aircraft. Oh, what a beautiful departure. Look at the mountains there. Nice. Beautiful. Cool. And here we are already to 3,000 feet. That's fast. Oh, push. Flaps 1. Flaps 1. Flaps up. Flaps are up. And this is a fly-by-wire aircraft, so it is speed trimmed, so you really have to trim down, nose down as the aircraft is accelerating. And there we go. Right, let's get the autopilot on. Now we cleared 7,000. We'll do that with level change. So we've got thrust, flight level change speed, and 7,000. After takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. That's also a bug here with the Horizon mod regarding climb power. And I'm going to continue to climb. We're very light, so the aircraft will climb up very steeply. Now, what I would suggest, if the aircraft is so light, go down to your FMS and then go to thrust limit, and let's select climb 2 already. Automatic engine anti-ice. You can see the engine anti-ice and wing anti-ice has just come on automatically. Good, 23:43, so we are a little bit later than the real flight departed. But nonetheless, what I'm hoping for is that we get the sunset, just like in real life, and then hopefully we're going to get some northern lights tonight. I don't know if they're going to be there, but Microsoft does offer northern lights, so we'll see. Good, from present position, direct to Alps. And we're going to press LNAV. And let's go VNAV as well. So thrust ref, LNAV, VNAV speed, 19,000, or level 190. Insufficient fuel, we're going to cancel that initially. And then we have to synchronize the heading block manually. Oh, TCAS. My co-pilot forgot the TCAS. Test. Now we're accelerating. And we cleared level 300. Ah, we're breaking out of clouds. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Love that. Just IRL. Some cloud surfing. I don't know how the Horizon mod or how accurate the fuel flow on the Horizon mod is compared to the real aircraft and the real calculations. Right now it's saying that we're going to land with 3.7. I think 4.1, yeah, so 4.1 is the minimum fuel value, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to be alright. This, really? How does the tiller feel IRL? Heavy? Yeah. Yeah, IRL, the tiller does feel pretty heavy, yeah. Is it really? I didn't see that, Avenger. One of the mountains had smoke coming out? Really? I did not see that. Oh, look at that. How beautiful. Nice. Lovely. So I remember that, you know, initially, of course, the workload was fairly high. And then, you know, all the pre-planning, the taxi out, takeoff. But then as you got up to your cruising level, things were getting more and more quiet. No, IRL, we never used the HUD at Lufthansa. Great livery. No, it's unfortunately I never got used to HUD, no. Even though it is installed. Oh, you're just joking, okay, no. Cool. Let's get all the lights off, shall we? I mean, normally I'd wait until 18,000, but we're almost there, so that's fine. Seatbelts can go auto. So LH Virtual, I have to check that, because what I've heard is that the new aircraft, so the you know, Papa Foxtrot and onward, they also have a HUD installed, but it's going to be sealed. Reason being is obviously that the 777s for Lufthansa, 777Xs next in 2027, they will not have a HUD installed. And so since you're going to have a common rating 787-777, and the pilot's not being trained for that, then that's why the 787 will not have them used. So they will be sealed, closed. Good. Right, now, regarding the wind, so we would have to check. Oh, that's why. The wind data's gone again. Why is the wind data gone? How weird. Yeah, so now we have the fuel, that's why. That was strange. One thing that's funny, guys, I'm kind of getting the flashbacks. So, you know, when I remember the reworld flying, the reworld 787 flying. So now, especially coming from the US or Canada, you know, you get cleared flight levels very soon. So you climb up really fast, and then it just got so nice and quiet. And then if you fly, especially in autumn, winter time, or early springtime, you fly eastbound, it gets dark so quickly. So this will be quite interesting to see now over the next 2 hours. And what I can do, I've got an app on my iPhone where I can calculate sunrises, sunsets. So let me quickly calculate that, see if that is actually working here in the simulator as well. So I could take Seattle as an airport there, fantastic. And we've got Frankfurt. So we've got 22nd December, and we took off at 23:30, let's say. 23:30. We're going to be flying level 410. And the flight time is 9 hours 3. So 9 hours 3 minutes. So the sunset here in the sim should be at 12 minutes past midnight UTC. Which is interesting. That's going to be like in 20 minutes. 25 minutes, we should have sunset here. The app is called Sunrise Cockpit. It's called Sunrise Cockpit. Oh, we've got some mountains. Look at that. GG's. Beautiful. Alright, look at that. There's the sun. Oh, really? So the sim can actually replicate solar eclipses as well. Fantastic. Yeah, LH Virtual. I don't know why Lufthansa is so strict on HUD usage. Now, I understand it with the leased aircraft, right? So it's all in the contract. Oh, we have to climb further, yeah. So let's go climb level 410. Let's make sure that we actually can climb that high. Let's go to VNAV cruise page. Yeah, optimum 403. We're going to burn some fuel on our way up. So now I think 410 will be optimum as well. Excellent. Oh, look at the views. Beautiful. Rockies there. Lovely. Nice. That looks really nice. Oh, Cascades. Not Rockies. Okay, so back north of Cascades. Alright, thank you. I would call them Northern Rockies, but Cascades. Svenja, Dankeschön fürs Zuschauen. Wünsche dir einen schönen Sonntag. No, I did not. Sorry for not replying earlier. I never made a delivery flight. The reason is for that is that normally our instructor or our training captains would do these flights because they are a lot of fun, right? So, and they are more qualified as well on those delivery flights, and maybe do some test flights prior to delivery. No, that's a thing. So because we're flying, let me just let's get the Discord app closed. There we go. Hey Kanu. So I would say that probably is correct. So we're flying westbound, so we're flying eastbound, away from the sun. It's very late in the year. So I think, I know we're still climbing up, but I think 20 minutes from now, the sun could be setting. Remember that it's sunset. It's not. It doesn't mean it's completely dark. It just means the sun is about to cross the horizon, right? Now I'm going to put thrust limit to climb power again. Climb a bit quicker. So the Rockies start further east of Spokane. Thank you much for that. And let's see. So if we go to here, we can go to world map. Yeah, we're very, very far north, right? So here's Vancouver. Doesn't say the Alright, let's take it. Cool. Still under Seattle control right now.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, the Reader's Pepito. Lovely to see you. And thank you for the 8 months.
New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
In TW Simulations, hello to you as well. Nice to see you.
Hello BB and chat.
Hello.
Good to see you. Hope you're having a good holiday time, less than 3.
I am indeed. But as always, too much good food. So yeah, we had lots of family visits, and we visited family, so thanks so much. I hope you had a great time, a great Christmas time as well. Daniel, hello. I am enjoying my retirement, yes. Yeah, so Daniel, it's I mean, the frequencies are charted, at least on the real world charts. So the easiest thing really would be, I guess, if you take the FAA chart. Let's have a look. So you can hear, for example, you see Seattle 22.4, 22.3. Unfortunately, here I don't see the frequencies. Yeah, but I guess that's just Navigraph, right? Because normally you would get the frequency information here. Anyone know of a website, SkyVector maybe, that will publish these frequencies? I'll check. Hang on. Yeah. So, for example, SkyVector, right, gives you frequencies here as well. I'm not sure why it's not showing anything up north here. Very strange. But yeah, you can see Seattle. It does have, so at least for the US, it does have the frequencies. There's none here in Canada, unfortunately, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know when they stopped using that. But look at the time, guys. Again, this is just like in real life. It's now midnight UTC, okay, here in the sim. And I was just saying, I mean, it just got airborne, and look how quickly it's going to get dark. 15 minutes, roundabout. In a quarter of an hour, the sun will have set. You can right-click. Hang on. So on the you mean on the SkyVector charts? Or on the Navigraph charts? Because I tried Navigraph, it doesn't... So SkyVector, let's see. Right click. Hang on. Location information. Navigraph, okay. Hang on. Ah, that worked. Yeah, so Quotenwagner, thanks so much for that. So yeah, if you go right click, you get the information panel down here. But you can see it lists up all the frequencies, which is going to make it difficult to find the correct one. Von jetzt an zieht sie's, yeah, exactly. But again, just like IRL. And now the question is, okay, so what would we do IRL now that we've gotten airborne? So currently we're in the air for 20 minutes. This will be the time when we'd already do the first crew change, meaning if we have 3 pilots, we also have an app for that. So, I mean, you can work it out yourself as well, but I always like to use the app for the brakes. And then, let's say half an hour after departure or 20 minutes after departure for the first brake. And then you want to say 45 minutes before landing, everyone is going to be here. So let's say 40 minutes, that's 1 hour. So then we have 8 hours cruise time, if you like. Divide by 3. And then each pilot gets, well, 2 minutes, 2 hours, 40 or something. And then, that's the time you would have a break. And now I'm the pilot flying. I'm going to have the middle brake, obviously, because that's the nicest brake, really. Split the whole flight, halfway down the middle. So my brake will be in about well, 3 minutes after takeoff. Okay, sorry, 3 hours after takeoff. So, yeah, 2 hours 40. We still have a go before I have my break. Although I'm gonna have to go. I told my wife that I'm gonna ask her if we can have lunch in like 2 hours. Let me just ask my wife. We're gonna have rest of the raclette. We still have some cheese left over. No, I don't have my real world EFB anymore, so I don't have my real world stuff anymore. Yeah, choosing the meal. Exactly. Although it normally would take some time. Now look at the sun here. It's going to set really quickly, so... Yeah, but that's normal. 787, so any aircraft that has big fan blades, yeah, it's like a propeller, really. So the higher you go, the less thrust it will have. So yeah, the last couple thousand feet always takes a long time. Forward, no. But the thing is this, so what I've done forward, I'm not using the eye tracker itself. So Toby has the eye and the head tracker. And you can select how much of each you want to use. So as an example, let's see. Let's get rid of some of these. Let's take that off. This traffic. Okay, let's get these off. And then there we go. So, so I've done the eye tracking responsiveness. I put the 0. Now you could put this up. That's 1,000 feet. So then, if I turn it on, right? So then, well, it doesn't really work well. Oh, sorry. There we go. Now look. So now if I'm just moving my eyes now. Look, you see? But I find that weird, right? So I'm using like just head movement, right? So now it's just following head movements, nothing else. It doesn't move the eyes anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mess about a bit more. So what I have tried forward is the here we go, speed, enough speed, reaching 410. So I tried the C-130 with Toby. It works nice. But there's also a setup thing forward. If you're running into issues setting it up, then let me know. There's a workaround for that. Yes, Sefa, the app does take into account the flight level. It asks you if you want to use the flight level or the ground level for your calculations. So I did dial in 410 as my flight level, and it takes that into account. Also, the sunrise is going to be at 7:43 UTC. 7:43 UTC, which means we're going to land at 8:42, so 1 hour before landing, we'll see the sunrise. Now today it's going to be a bit of an issue because if we land runway 07, we're going to land into the sun, which is always not so nice. But yeah, looking at the fuel values, 5.5, looking good. Quite like the estimate. Fuel flow currently, let's check the engine display here. Fuel flow, 2.3, 2.3, so 4.6. I think that's what the average should be. Oh, there we've got 4.3 on average, but we're still a bit heavier because of fuel load. Yeah, so it should be alright. Should be good. It's getting cold outside now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, yeah.
welcome aboard the Captain Black Box
Beautiful
Entertainment
sunset.
Experience. New subscribers should
Nice.
now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
Avimar, thank you so much. 8 months.
Tag. I had my alarm clock for 9:50. Needless to say, I'm at least well rested live.
GG's. So you kind of ignored your alarm clock. Well done. Thank you so much for being here, Avimar. Yeah, so we departed about half an hour ago. A little bit behind schedule. But right now we're doing okay. Reached the cruising level, and it says here in the sim, and again we're using historic weather from the 22nd when this flight actually took part. So the wind right now at 115. So here it should be interesting. 306 at disregard. That's no, we can't take that wind. That is not historic. I have to check my real world flight plan for that. But we'll take it as it is right now. It should be fine. And now have a look. Look how the shadow of the Earth is coming quickly ahead of us. Right. And there we go. It's setting. Beautiful. The Kadani, hello. I don't think so. I mean, of course, weather is influenced by the rotation of the Earth, right? That definitely has an influence on the weather, but and then creates things like high pressure, low pressure, jet streams, etc., etc. But I mean, you know. Eastbound over the Atlantic, normally you'd have tailwind. Westbound, you would have the headwind, right? Carver, we'll see. I mean, usually when they make a new livery and they paint the aircraft, it's going to fly at least, I would say, 10, 15 years with that livery. Matthias, was it completely new? So, yep. Yeah, so this the Papa uniform is a completely new aircraft, yeah. Not like the previous 5 aircraft that they leased. So these are actually brand new aircraft. Yeah, so I mean, painting aircraft liveries are expensive, absolutely, yeah. Let's get the master brightness here. Does that work even here in the sim? Probably not. So, would you happen to know if how leased aircraft get repainted for each new airline? No, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, the old paint should be stripped off because the paint itself weighs so much. Let's say you repaint the aircraft 4 or 5 times. Imagine all the weight at the end. Look at how the shadow of the Earth is approaching here. Just like in real life. Always find it so impressive. Do you actually know why some airplanes, especially the A320s, have a new livery, but some with German and European flag on the reg? I mean, it depends on where they are registered, right? And that has to do with fees and insurance. So, for example, I remember that Alitalia had a lot of aircraft actually registered not in Italy but in Ireland because the leasing company required them to do so. No, so Cargo Pilot, we're doing it according to the original flight. So the original flight was on the 22nd, that delivery flight, 22nd of December, and they departed at 23:10 or something UTC from Painfield. So that's what we try to replicate. Yeah, the visuals are beautiful. I would imagine, I could imagine it's virtual, I'm not sure, but I can imagine that if they have a European flag on it, they're probably from a leasing company. I mean, if it's Delta, Alpha, something, then it is registered in Germany, yes. But I'm not sure why. I know what you mean, because sometimes they have a German flag and sometimes they have a European flag, right? I can only guess. Yeah, Cargo Pilot, exactly. So we already calculated the sunset time. So I have an app to calculate sunset and sunrise. Sunset is now at 1:15 midnight. And people wouldn't believe me when they said the sun is going to set at about 15 past midnight. But it has. Look. The sun has set. And the sun is going to rise at 7:30. And we're going to land at 8:42 in the sim time. Hey Lilo, how are you? And KLM. Hey Lewis, nice to see you. Yes, I had a wonderful Christmas. Too much food, but wonderful. Really good food. Same to you, Lewis. I wish you all the best for 2026. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it must have to do something with registration regarding certification. So the aircraft, if it has a German flag on it, it will be certified. Sorry, if it's got a German registration mark, so Delta something, it's certified, and I would imagine registered in Germany. But if it has a German registration like Delta something, it's still registered, certified in Germany. But if it's got a European flag on it, I wouldn't be surprised if it means that that is actually insured somewhere else in Europe or whatever. But again, that's just guessing. Hey Skyrider, good question. Do you see commercial aviation as single pilot and aircraft equipped with AI? It's one of those discussions that is hard to follow and hard to predict. So I am just not an expert when it comes to AI. So whatever I say in this regard is just guessing. It's not. It has no substantial background, right? So I would say that single pilot concept, luckily, is going to take a bit longer now, because here in Europe they've stopped enforcing that topic. There's still going to be some more research going into that topic, for sure, but at least not pushing it through Parliament in Europe anymore for the foreseeable future. So at the moment, it's going to take quite a lot of years for any more progress for single pilot concept. And And AI, who knows? Who knows how AI is going to develop over the next, 10, 15, 20 years? I don't. Which app, Yadlop? You mean the, really? It's not available anymore. The Sunrise Cockpit app. Oh, Cargo Pilot, pleasure. Yeah, yeah, all good. My pleasure. Yeah, normally LH Virtual, normally someone here in chat knows. I mean, we have so many smart people here in chat, and then someone will know why you have German registration but a European flag next to it, and then you have Airbuses that have a German registration and a German flag next to it. Okay, don't deinstall it. I will not. Yeah, quite like that. Good. One thing, guys, we did notice at the beginning that the 5830 80 West coordinate, sorry, the 90 West coordinate is wrong, as well as the next one there. The problem is, as far as I can tell, I don't think I can enter that here in the horizon. So 5830 and then West 090. Let's check. That should be here. Yeah. I know there's a different, what you could also do. Let's see. Now, normally there's a abbreviation, like a fix, if you do like this way. Let's have a look in it. Let's go in it, nav data. Not night. No, so this is like a, I don't know, thing with Horizon mod or something. We are aware, okay, so let's say we got re-cleared 59 north, 90 west, and 60 north, 80 west, okay. It's just a limitation here in the Horizon mod. Unless there's a workaround with that. Oh, look at that, how beautiful. Oh, nice. Gorgeous. Now we are, where are we? Anything nearby? Calgary, yes! Calgary nearby. I've actually landed here IRL with the 747. We flew to Vancouver, and then we got a message that there's no more fuel in Vancouver. So someone was putting in fuel into the system, which wasn't certified, and then they closed the fuel system down in Vancouver for the day. So we had to do a non-planned landing here in Calgary, refuel the aircraft for Calgary, Vancouver, Calgary, so that the returning crew could fly Vancouver, Calgary, refuel them to go to Frankfurt. That's how I got a stop here in Calgary. Yeah, Avimar, yeah. It's up here in northern Canada, you can do that, yeah. Hey, Bruno. So EasyJet pre-Brexit had EU flag? Okay. Okay, so Airbus says all aircraft painted past April 2019 have the European flag on it. Okay, so those that had it's more like a certain date from which point onwards they, instead of having the national flag on it, they always put the European flag if it's certified in Europe. Okay. Good question, Lewis Daniel. I don't think so, to be honest. I don't think aircraft that fly a lot of time over, Pacific or Atlantic, that they have more issues with corrosion. I wouldn't see why, because up here there is very little moisture in the air. Right, so it has little to do with if you overwater or not. That's at least my take on it. But who knows? I'm not a physicist. Who knows? And Bruno, I hope you had a great Christmas. Nice to see you. That's Calgary. How beautiful. And here we go. Lovely picture. Okay, so Mojito, sorry, you wrote, thanks for answering that. We have Mojito Man saying he's an AI researcher, and he says AI didn't even start yet. We're now starting. Yeah. Do not hype AI as a solution to everything. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm no expert, and it does worry me sometimes. Yeah, I'm not the person to ask when it comes to AI. Are we going to fly over Edmonton? So the thing is this. So looking at the routing. Yeah, we could go past Edmonton, right? Hang on. Hold on. Let me dial that in to the fixed page real quickly. Yeah, also by now, we would think about, you know, drawing in some stuff, getting some weather information from the alternate airports around us, or potential alternate airports. 431. Oh, there we go. We've got Edmonton right next to us. So what I would normally do is I would draw in these 1 hour single engine still at distance rings to get myself kind of a an overview. Now we also know that our ETOPS alternates. So Edmonton is one, and then we got Equilit. So Charlie, Yankee, Fox, Bravo. So let's go next page. Charlie, Yankee, Foxtrot, Bravo in here. 431. So there we go. So we can see the following, right? So here's the 1 hour ETOPS ring for Edmonton. Once we get outside of that, we are in the ETOPS section. Right. So for this section here, from here until we reach 1 hour inbound to Equilit, this part here, that's our ETOPS section. And according to our flight plan, the entry is at 57 north, 9616 west. The equitime point is at 5742 north, 9339 west. Let me see. Can I enter that somehow into the as a coordinate? I guess I can't do that here. West 093. Oh, it does. Ha ha ha! I'm taking it all back. I'm taking it back. So there we go. So now we've visually drawn in that equitime point. So what does it mean? If you look at the wind data right now, so as we get away eastbound from Edmonton, this point denotes the time, the equitime, so the equal time it takes from this point to turn around to fly to Edmonton or continue to Equilit. Right. So once we're past that, if we have an engine failure and decompression, or engine failure or decompression, or whatever, we're going to go and continue to Equilit. So of course, at this point, then we would make sure that the weather at both of these airports is adequate still. And now we're not in the pre-planned phase anymore. We are in the in-flight phase. So now we just have the normal weather minimas that we have to respect. So Edmonton right now, 23rd, 0 UTC, so about half an hour old. No wind, 20 miles, few 10,000, few 23,000, minus 25. So Edmonton is perfectly fine to land on. The only thing really we need to consider is the cold temperature correction. Right. So that's something we would have to do. And for my pre-planning, what I would do normally, what I did, these are the kind of infos that I made for myself, right? So on my iPad, I had I think it's called GoodNotes. So it's an app where I can make my own files and my own kind of presentations. So then I would just take screenshots from different apps and then just stick them together, right? So I know really quickly, right? Edmonton looks like this, right? 2 runways. One is 3,353 meters long, 61 meters wide. The other one 3,109 meters and 61 meters wide. It has for runway 02 a Cat 1 approach, with that being the lowest minima. 20 has an RNAV approach. Runway 12 has Cat 1 approach, and runway 30 has also Cat 1 approach. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I can check again my documents, but I think for the 787 we had 431. But let me just check that real quickly. Yeah, so the general restriction on 2-engine aircraft, A320 family would be 375 nautical miles. The A330 had 426 nautical miles. The A350 has 422 miles. And the 787 has 431 miles, 431. So my memory is correct. So the definition is: a twin-engine airplane shall not be operated along a route that contains a point further from an adequate aerodrome under standard conditions in still air than the appropriate distance flown in 60 minutes at the one-engine inoperative cruising speed, right? Unless it's operated under ETOPS rules. Yeah. So for us, that ETOPS, 1 hour. Single engine is roughly 431 miles. For the 747, no, because 747 isn't a 2-engine aircraft. Sorry for it being so. I'm not trying to be silly or something. No, because these definitions that we have for the ETOPS certification, or I know ETOPS doesn't stand anymore for twin engine. It stands now, today. Let me get the correct wording again. So ETOPS definition. So it used to be extended range twin engine, but that has changed. So it should just be extended range. Yeah, so now it's called EDTO, exactly. So now it stands for Extended Diversion Time Operations. So the 747 falls under the EDTO definition, but not for the ETOPS. So not for the Extended Range Twin Engine operations. Hey, Captain Chaos, nice to see you. And Flying Yogi. Yes, I am retired. I am retired indeed. But I'm still enjoying aviation, as you can see. Even though it's more virtual. So that was the 320 family, sorry. A320 has, if it were to be operated under ETOPS, which I don't think Lufthansa has ETOPS rated A320s or A321s, let's say. But if they were, then it would be 375 nautical miles. What's that floodlight? Hang on. That's off. That is off. The 777, no, because we at the moment we didn't have 777, so I'm just reading company definitions. So I don't have a 777. I would think probably in the same area. Let's have a look if we can find something. Yeah, it's somewhere. It's saying that it's somewhere between 420 to 432 miles. Somewhere in that range. So similar to the 787. I mean, you know, 787 and 777 are very, very similar rated. Thank you so much, Yogi. Appreciate that. Yeah, and again for the 747, yeah, different rules for that. Sorry, Kelem, did I miss your question there? Hang on. And high and lows on dispatching. I'm not sure. I'm going to try to scroll back again. Okay, so Caleb, you have to. You mean like high pressure areas, low pressure areas, or what would be the question in that regard? I mean, sure. I mean, you know, when you have your briefing package and you go through the briefing package, you know, you have your weather charts as well, right? Then yes, in general, you would have an overview regarding significant weather, and you have your frontal areas, your low pressure areas, high pressure areas. But for me, that, you know, the important things are icing areas, thunderstorm areas, turbulence areas, and then on the vertical path here, you would have a look at the tropopause layer. Right. So these are the important things, really. Oh, good. Oh, you like good and bad things about dispatching. Okay. Sort of good and bad things on dispatching. IRL, not necessarily SimBrave. How it works with company routes. I'm still not quite sure. Company routes. You mean like how SimBrief, how good SimBrief is regarding how it chooses the routings? Now, strangely enough, when I uploaded the historical weather onto SimBrief, it actually gave me exactly this routing, just like the real aircraft had. So that was quite funny to see. I don't know how that worked out, but maybe Boeing uses SimBrief. I don't know. But yeah, Caleb, can you define your question a bit more, maybe, please? Good. Okay, so Aviamar, yes, indeed. So oh, you mean like the like on the Airbus, you have the equitime point calculation? No. Yeah, not to my recollection. No, it didn't have that as a feature here. No. Because I remember, Avimar, I remember that I actually calculated on my final check flight to Toronto. I actually did calculate. There's formulas, so you can calculate equitime points with you know, some formulas, and I actually demonstrate that here as well on the stream at some point. I showed you guys the formula. Yeah. So now here you have to do a bit more basic, but I mean, if you look at right now from the practical side, Avimar, if you check your flight plan, and you can, these days, the weather forecast and the wind forecast is so accurate that, you know, you're going to have that wind that you have in the flight plan. So the calculations for the equitime points would be still very valid, right? So there's no real need to change the, you know, the positions of this. And again, I mean, if you have a slightly wrong equitime point, you know, how many minutes is it going to take? 2-3 minutes difference? I mean, yeah, if you're under fire, if you know, if you've got a smoke or something, then sure, you know, every minute counts. But again, you know, the changes are going to be so minute. Yeah. So on the flight plan in the beginning, I did show how it would be published for us. So there we go. So that would be the info that we would get, right? So we would get a chart picture where you have your routing, your ETOPS parts, right? So you can see here, that's one ETOPS section where we're getting into now. With the equitime point there, it will tell us the time that I think that's the flight plan time really. 2:09. Entry. Yeah, I think it's 2 hours, 9 minutes after departure. Right, so then we have the coordinates for those waypoints. Hey, Gaby. And also very important things like wind component, and then the fuel calculations, right? So I know, for example, from the calculations here, at the entry point 1, which again is this point here. So that's the ETOPS entry point number 1, because we have two ETOPS sections on this flight tonight. This is the first ETOPS section, right? From here to here, that's the first ETOPS. Over northern Canada, right? So it doesn't always have to be over water. And so, estimated, this is like 2 hours, 9 minutes after departure here, right? And that should be 57 north, 9616 west, right? Then that's the equitime point here, which should be reached at 2 hours, 19 minutes after departure. And 5742 north, and the west 9339. Right. So the important thing for us then is at the entry point 1, this is the fuel that we need. 11.6 tons. Now obviously we have much more. We're calculating about 30.5 plus the extra, so 32.5 tons is what I expect to have at the entry point here. So currently we have 38.7, but we still have 300 miles to go, so we're going to burn a bit more. But yeah, we're going to have to do a fuel check. Now let me do a quick fuel check here at this waypoint. So 5310 west. So here, 1 hour 21 after departure. Fuel 34.2 plus 2, so 36.2 is what we have fuel, or should have on fuel, and 1 hour 21 minutes after departure. So we've got 1 hour 2 minutes currently. We've still got a few more minutes to go. And yeah, fuel should be good. Oh, how do you get the IRL routes? Well, I mean, I have connections. Okay, so I've got, so I had the connection to get the real world routing for the flight last week. Okay, so 2 o'clock is fine for lunch. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I have about an hour 15 more before I have to go and get some lunch before I start my break. No, so Aviamar, here in the 787, I would look at my flight plan. I would have a look at the wind data, if it's still valid as planned, and then if there's no major discrepancies, then I would take those equitime points as they were on the flight plan. I wouldn't change that. But yeah, more importantly, obviously, you always make sure that you have the weather, right? So Equilit right now has 240, 15 gust 20, minus 15, overcast 6,700. So that should always be also be very, very fine. So if I go to Equilit right now, let's check that here, Equilit. So it's gonna be a lot of crosswind. I know that's if it's a meta, it's gonna be magnetic. We have a variation. Let me just check the variation equality here quickly. I've not noted that down. Charlie Yankee Foxtrot Bravo. So we have a variation. Hold on. Navigraph chart here. So ILS 34. We have a variation. Jefferson, where do you have the variation information? Only on the taxi charts, airport charts. There we go, 25° west. Right. So if they're reporting 240, we would have to subtract. Well, actually, that's 240 disregard. So these are magnetic anyway. So if it were a TAF, it's a forecasted wind, then it will be true north reference, but this is a reported wind, so it's magnetic. So 240, and we have 340 inbound. So that means it will be more likely runway 16 with the RNF approach, but still going to be a lot of crosswind. So quite a challenging approach with a gust 20, but still, I mean, it's approachable. 2,700 meters. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be happy with that. That'll be fine to land on. Yeah, so if the ETOPS altered, so let's say you're en route, right, and then suddenly weather deteriorates to a point where you cannot use that with, even with, you know, pre-planning. Aviamar is different to in-flight. Okay, so pre-planning, we have to have some additionals. All right, so when we do pre-planning, we have to add, let's say we have a Cat 1 ILS approach, we have to add 200 feet for the minimums. And for the RVR or visibility, we have to add half a section mile or 800 meters. Right. If you only have a non-precision approach, like an RNF approach, let's say, then we have to add 400 feet on the minimum, and the RVR or visibility 1,500 meters or 1 mile. That's for the pre-planning. But now that we're in flight, only the actual minimas now are governing. So as long as we have 580 feet ceiling and at least 2 miles visibility, we would be good to keep that as the alternate, right? Problem is, of course, let's say it goes below. Let's say visibility is now only 1 mile because of snowfall or something. Well, then we have to get a new ETOPS alternate, right? So we will call dispatch, and normally we have a 180 minutes, so 3-hour frame within which we have to find our alternate airport, right? So you can see that here, for example. So the smaller rings are the 1 hour, and the larger rings are the 3 hour. Okay, so 3 hour gives you then a much greater option to find alternate airports, ETOPS airports. Now, for whatever reason, should that not work out, then you can extend, I think it was up to 240 minutes. If you in flight and you're required to extend that. Check ETOPS. Just going to check my documents, make sure that I don't say anything wrong. No, sorry, 300 minutes. Yeah. So we can extend that to 300 minutes under certain circumstances when you can't find a alternate within the normal 180 minutes. But you have to be careful. This is like last resort. This will be more like if you're over the Pacific, right? It doesn't really apply for the Atlantic unless you're like crossing from, let's say, Miami or Cuba or something. Then potentially you could fall out of that 180 minute time frame as well. And then if you have to find a new ETOPS alternate, potentially you could extend that to 300 minutes. But I mean, 5 hours is a long time, right? 5 hours, single engine in level 100. And then of course you have to have the fuel on board. Okay, so you can't just simply change alternates. I mean, you have to do a recalculation of the fuel requirements, and that's going to be the more limiting factor very often, that you don't have the fuel for that scenario. In the end, so let's say Keflavik and Iqaluit and all the airports that potentially would be used for ETOPS alternate airports all have weather below minimas. Well, I mean, then potentially you would have to land somewhere, I don't know, Halifax or Gander or whatever, and just wait it out, right? Because in the end, I mean, we you're not playing games in the sense that we just have to pretend that we fulfill some sort of legal requirement. No, it also has to have the practical requirement, where if something goes wrong, you can actually land the aircraft. And here, one thing is the regulation, but a pilot will also have to consider some other aspects. Right. Yeah, it's about saving lives. Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, you have to think about, okay, scenario, I have an uncontained engine failure, where I have an engine failure and a decompression. Now I'm descending down to level 100. Do I really want to have a landing at an airport where it's snowing and we have 30 knots crosswind? So very marginal. Do I really want to do that just because it's legal? You have to ask yourself the question, does it make sense? So a pilot definitely can say, you know what, I'm not going to accept that alternate airport, even though it may be strictly legal, right? From requirements standpoint of view, planning standpoint of view, but practically, I know with my experience, I can't land safely there, single engine, after having flown 3 hours at level 100, feeling cold maybe because air conditioning is not working properly. I don't know. So yeah, lots of things to consider. Well, KLM, I mean, it depends on SOPs, right? So, for example, for our company, if you do 2 go-arounds because of weather, you're not allowed a third approach unless you have an emergency, right? So you're only allowed a third approach if weather conditions actually improve to a point where a landing is very likely. Right. So we don't have that luxury, right? Now, that's one side. That's SOP. Now the thing is, let's say, for example, there was a storm over the UK not long ago, right? And that very interesting incident where a Ryanair flight went to either it was Glasgow or somewhere up there near Scotland, and they went around because of that storm, and then I think they wanted to go to Manchester initially, but ATC told them no, you have to go to Edinburgh, and Edinburgh had the same stormy weather, so they then went to Edinburgh. They couldn't land there either because of wind shear and bad weather, and so they already burned their alternate fuel really, so they didn't have that scenario covered to then go and fly to Manchester. But Manchester was the only option. So the other option that pilot would have had is to say, well, I don't have the fuel to go to Manchester. I have to stay at Edinburgh now, and I'm gonna do as many go-arounds as it needs if I can't land stable enough. But then there comes a point where I'm starting to have no more options because I'm running out of fuel. Now, I'm just going to have to land the aircraft somehow. If it means that I'm going to ruin the landing gear, or if it means that potentially I'm going to skid off the runway, well, then that's the decision of the captain. I mean, that's very drastic now, but again, very unlikely cases. But the pilot in command has to try to always have a good plan B. That's the top priority. But should for any reason, give another example. So you're trying to land somewhere, right? And you go around because weather is so bad, right? And then suddenly the engine catches fire. You shut it down, you try to extinguish it, but the fire doesn't go out. What do you do? Do you land at that airport with the bad wind, or do you divert 1 hour away to Manchester, let's say, right? So again, the captain has to make a choice. He or she has to then decide, these are now the facts, right? The aircraft is on fire. I don't have that much time. Well, now I have to land here. If it means that, I'm going to go off the runway because I'm not able to land it properly there, and whatever, for whatever reason, right? But at least they're going to be there on the airport, right? The fire brigade is going to be there. So, yeah, tough choice sometimes, but that's just the way it is. Now, what I'm trying to get at is, I'm just wondering when the report finally comes out, and I hate to speculate, right? So primarily the pilots landed the aircraft safely in Manchester. Yes, they had very little fuel remaining, but they landed the aircraft safely. So job well done. Okay, they did what they needed to do. They got everyone safely on the ground. Now, investigations probably will find out and say, okay, you had a plan B, like a valid plan B until this point. But then because you accepted Edinburgh instead of Manchester, right? You didn't enforce ATC to say, or to say to ATC, I cannot go to Edinburgh. And if ATC says, well, you go to Edinburgh, then it's going to be Mayday, Mayday fuel. I cannot accept Edinburgh. Mayday, Mayday fuel. You give me now Manchester. Right, now you're on the Mayday. ATC has to give you Manchester. Right? So if the investigations find out, okay, this would have been a more appropriate plan to adopt in that case, well then, you know, you're going to learn some lessons from this. Okay? But that's the thing. It's not going to say point fingers, oh, you did so badly, but no, that's not the point. The point is, what can we do to train pilots to get them to have certain concepts, right? And then adapt to them and make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. Right? That's the idea. So drastic situations sometimes can lead to very drastic decisions, right? But as always, safety first. Try to make sure that you have a plan B, a valid plan B. Yeah, Danny. I mean, honestly, so why do let's put it this way. So why do aircraft go around? Why do aircraft go around? Well, many reasons. Runway is blocked. Aircraft becomes unstable. So we have our stabilization criteria, right? We have to be on glide slope, on localizer, on speed, final configuration, landing checklist completed at 1,000 feet or 500 in some cases. But let's say beyond that, because of the wind, suddenly you have 25 knot overspeed. You are going to be 1.5 knots high, right? So the aircraft becomes unstable to your criteria. Then it's a mandatory go around. Right, one of the pilots should call that go around, and then the go around should be executed. Okay, because of those criteria. Well, now let's say you're running out of fuel. Well, you're going to brief. The PSC will brief the crew, whoever's in the cockpit, will say, okay, you know what? We don't have the luxury anymore to go around. So SOPs, we're going to try to stick to SOP, but in case we're going to be too fast, a little bit high, a bit low, whatever, right? It's not going to force a go around anymore. We're going to have to force the landing. Does that mean you're going to crash? No. No, it doesn't. It means that, yes, it's going to be more unstable, but in the end, very likely, it's still going to lead to a safe landing, successful landing. Yeah, Svenja, absolutely. I think it has to do with the way we are taught in life. I think especially in Germany, failure, the thought of failing at something or making a mistake is always bound to some embarrassment, isn't it? Like, oh, I'm so stupid, But when you become a pilot, you realize that there's so many human factors. You can be the most intelligent person on earth. You could be the best pilot on earth with the best, hands or flying skills, whatever. But even then, you're going to mess up at some point. You're going to make a mistake. You cannot. It's just humanly impossible. You cannot always get everything correct. Right? You're going to make mistakes. You have to realize that, and you have to accept that. The thing is, you have to strive. Obviously, you have to strive to become better and keep learning. Make sure those mistakes are kept to minimum, right? And you're not going to have a huge mistake. But indeed, mistakes will always happen. And so many things in aviation are written in blood, as they say. So many procedures, so many things have evolved because of accidents. And so, yeah, I mean, absolutely. We learn from those. That's really the only way to go. Yeah, Nanook, have a good flight. Yeah, exactly, anti-cooperative. So the only thing, the only threshold I would say is, you know, if you have a job with certain responsibilities, then as long as you act responsibly and make a mistake, then it's no problem, right? But if you start acting irresponsibly and something happens, well, then of course you got to ask yourself, well, you broke the concept. So then you can't really say, oh, I made a mistake. Well, yeah, but because you broke the rules, right? And then of course there's that's a different line, right? That's a different path, which has to be treated differently. But yeah, but as long as you're trying your best, to your best knowledge, to your best abilities, and you make a mistake, well, that's the way it is. You still have to take responsibility for it, sure, right? But punishment is something you have to be careful with, right? What's the best airport for you to land in, except Frankfurt? So the most fun airport? I mean, there's lots of airports I love landing at. Right. So many airports. I don't have a single favorite aircraft, or airport for that matter. Now we got to look out for Northern Lights today, guys. I'm still hoping for it, just like in real life. Man, it's gotten dark. Any moon anywhere? No Northern Lights just yet. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Svenja, you know, I followed along the developments in the airline business for 30 years. You know, starting out from not having TCAS at all, just having basic GPWS, ground proximity warning systems. And then, yeah, that development going with GPS, with the way information is presented, TCAS, TCAS 2, enhanced GPWS, and with all those changes, yes, always there is a need to adapt and learn, right? And it's not just that, also the soft skills. So we're just about to talk about hardware. We also have to talk about soft skills, CRM, right? Crew resource management. Huge advances were made. And I remember I was one of the first participants of the first CRM course at my airline. No, remember the old 747 captains, right? They were like sitting there like, what am I doing here? Not all of them, but some of them were like, what am I doing here? I've been flying for 35 years, right? What do you want to tell me? I've been flying accident-free for 35 years. Now you come on with what's called CRM. Who needs that? I don't, right? So many things have adapted, and definitely CRM and the way training is done these days is definitely a huge thing. Something that has really added to safety. So hardware improvements, soft skill improvements. That combination has really done the trick. Hey Joey. Yeah, so Swish or Slashy, I'm desperately waiting for the update. They did teaser us quite a bit with the version 2 from the Horizon mod, right? I don't know where it stands, but I'm definitely looking forward to it, and I will try it. Paris Charles de Gaulle? No. No, that's not my favorite. Hey Dexter, nice to see you. I hope so, Aviamar. I really hope so. The problem is I would see that the database, or it's not pulling the actual Northern Light database stuff when you're using historic weather. That's something I fear. But we'll see. We'll see if we get some Northern Lights. Oh yeah, let's do the quick fuel check. So we passed. The position report doesn't work here. Yeah. Alright, let's do the next one here. So 56-100. 56-100. 2 hours 5 and 30.9, so 32.9. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have more fuel than required, which is good. And 1:30 is gonna be 20 minutes, 2 hours. So yeah, we're well ahead. So we got better time. I think we have more wind here than we have on the flight plan. So looking good. I'd rather have this way around than the other way around. There's a CRM training. I think doctors have adapted that, so especially those that do operations, so surgery. And also I know, for example, we had people from atomic reactors doing CRM courses, yeah. Amsterdam. As long as you don't get the polderbahn. The polderbahn. All good. Back to December. What's the closest fuel alive? Yeah, okay, so at the moment, definitely the A320. So FENIX and FSLabs, those two, maybe even FENIX at the moment, because of the flight model it's using. Yeah, and I have the WinWing throttle, the spoiler and flap lever, the MCDU, the gear panel, ECAM panel. So that to me gives me the most immersion, obviously, and of course the FCU, the flight control unit as well. So A320 is the one at the moment. Hey, Chris. Oh, really? Oh my god, really? Sub only? Hang on. On Twitch or on... Oh, my apologies. Right, that's changed. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, that was from the last Christmas stream. Thank you, Chris, for finding that. Chris. We are free. I'm sorry for that. Oh my god, I didn't.
Now that's how pros do it.
I'm sorry. I know that on YouTube it's fine. I checked YouTube because then when I set up the YouTube streams, then I have to choose between who's allowed to post something, right? Hey, Brad Vanello. And Chris, thank you so much. 102 months. Good God, it's a long time. 102. Paper chat, yeah. Paper chat. 10 cents per comment.
Always glad to help.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, so Svenja, I mean, I think training is the the basis, obviously, to get you into the leadership role. Oh, what's up? Oh my god. What's up? Coming in with a 5 gifted. Well, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much. And I know you've been such a long-term supporter and subscriber here. So, Broflugo, Burak, Werner, Berolina, and Mr. Fashing. Please say a big thank you to Savissa, gifting you those subs there. That's really kind. And Wussa, have you tried the C-130 yet? Freedom gifts. Thank you so much. So, let me know if you've tried the C-130. in DCS. Ghost, welcome back. Right, what's the time? About 45 minutes before I have our break. Before I'm off to my break. Now, I will leave the stream running. The only thing I plan to do is the following. So on YouTube, I have made 3 separate streams for today. The reason is I don't want a 10-hour stream online. So I'd rather have like 3 separate streams. So I will always quickly close the stream, and then I will restart the stream. Twitch should be okay. I think Twitch will only have 1 stream. But for YouTube, it's better that way, to split them. Hey, C120. Long time no see. Break unacceptable. No, okay, good point. So, good point. So what we would need to do is also be aware of our entry point regarding the crossing, right? So today, if we look at the airspace, so Mibno is our entry point into the Gander oceanic airspace. So we would have a look at Mibno and the estimate. So currently we're estimating Mibno, hang on, at 0348. That's in 2 hours 30 almost. Yeah, so 2.5 hours still. Gander, so Gander and Shanwick, they have different maximum times that you are allowed to request a clearance from. Let me see what Gander has. It would be too easy if everyone had the same. That would be way too easy. So let's have a look. Right, let's see. Gander, 90 to 60 minutes. So 90 minutes before entry point earliest, 60 latest. Right. Gander also has a new procedure with the clearance. It means that you have filed your flight plan with ATC, and for the crossing, you would also file a cruise and a flight level. So if I look at Mibno here, it should be, let's say, 8.86, which is quite fast. So 0.86 for the Mach number and level 410. Okay. That's what ATC knows as your requested speed and altitude. Now, when you send out your clearance request, these days, you only get a short answer, a short reply, where it says, let's see if I have a sample here. Literally, it just says clearance received, or request received, or RCL received, or something, and that's it. Right? You don't get a clearance back saying you're cleared from Mibno track such and such, or these coordinates from Mibno maintain Mach 0.86 flight level 410. You don't get that anymore. At least not in Gander, and not in Iceland. I think Shanwick, at least until I stopped flying, Shanwick was the only airspace that gave you a clearance back. The rest is just a standard reply. But that can lead to some confusion, obviously. Is in the Gander airspace, let's say you request a different flight level and a different cleared level, then you have to be careful, because you're just going to get the standard reply back. And I don't know how they cleared it up at the end, but the thing is that Gander domestic, so the airspace prior to Gander oceanic, they are responsible to make sure that you enter the airspace, the Atlantic airspace, at the correct cleared level, and then that you maintain that cleared level from that point onwards. So Gander Domestic, they would then tell you to climb or ask you, okay, when are you able level such and such, right? Now, if you're unsure, always ask. Always ask if they've received your request for level, a different level than what you have in the flight plan. Also, very often, even on the track system, once you're in the track system these days, you will get a message after a short while, once you enter the airspace, that you can maintain like free speed. So they expect you to maintain your planned econ speed. And then you're allowed to deviate up to 0.02 Mach, if I remember correctly. And then if it's more than that, you have to tell ATC. So Soundix still has it? Okay. Really? Not until removed until summer 20. I think that's strange, isn't it? It was supposed to go like 1.5 or 2 years ago. Good. We've got a message here on the 787. You get the fuel low center message, around 2.1 tons. It's not critical, right? It's just a reminder that now fuel has gone down to a level where you're supposed to switch off the main pumps. So we're going to take off the left and right center pump, and then now the rest will be scavenged into the main tanks. So that will be slowly be transferred into the main tanks. And that's it. That's all it says. Is it dangerous to keep the pumps on with fuel in the tank? Well, I mean, it depends on where the fuel pumps are located at. So there's some aircraft, obviously, that have the fuel pumps in the fuel system. It's in the tanks itself, so the fuel cools the pumps. But the issue is if the pumps run dry, meaning there's no more fuel around the pumps, and it's literally just pumping air, then I guess it's not a good thing to keep them running. But these days, the newer aircraft, literally there's so much automatic stuff going on that it's... Is it a hype trade? Yes, thank you so much. Let's see, can I post a choo-choo train? Thank you so much, guys, for the support. That's really kind. Thanks for the level 1 hype train. Much appreciated. So Chilend, what you're supposed to do? So what you're not supposed to do is switch pumps at the same time. So you're not supposed to do the V kind of procedure to switch them off at the same time, right? So whenever you do things like be it either hydraulics or window heat, whatever, right? You're always supposed to do one at a time, right? And then make sure that the switching actually works, right? And I remember that there was a sim mission where, so EBT program, where the check captains were actually told to monitor that more closely, and then tell the pilots, hey, switch off one pump at a time, or one switch at a time. Don't switch two pumps at the same time. Which means, in effect, let's say doing the shutdown items, right? You would, consciously always switch one at a time, right? You wouldn't do two at the same time, simply because once you do that, you get a habit, right? Yeah. So what I did was a bad habit then, right? So then, more properly, I would agree, let's say you have your fuel system there, right? Let's say you have them on, okay. So then, yeah, so fuel low center, right? That's one pump off. Correct indications, second pump off. Right. Yeah, you could do it that way. And it's the same thing for the pack system. You know, on the A320, if you do a packless takeoff, don't switch on the packs at the same time. Just do one after the other. Right. And there, actually, it's a good thing because it takes time for the valves to open, for the pressure to build, for the packs to start running. So if you switch them both at the same time, there could be kind of a pressure surge into the cabin, which you try to avoid. Hang on. What is that? Is that Northern Lights? Hold on. They are Northern Lights. I'll be darned. Let's get the binoculars out. Some very faint Northern Lights. But yeah, that's definitely Northern Lights coming in. Nice. So hopefully as we get more northern, more to the east, we hopefully will see them more clearly. But it's working. That's nice. It is working. That's chase plane. It has a setting for that. So that you can bind some buttons for that. Preferences, camera actions. Okay, hang on. Hold on. That should be F9. Save. Yeah, but somewhere in here it has a control for that. Still doesn't work though. That's strange. Oh, it does work. Ah, nice. Cool. Excellent. Found the button finally for the head tracking. Fuck from Stephen King, no. Northern Lights it is. What's the time? Half an hour. Looking forward to my lunch break. How would you go about flying if the center tank pump suddenly became inoperative and the center tank they're unusable? Well, I mean, yeah. The thing is, that's actually quite a time-sensitive issue, Gillen, because as you can imagine, when you only have fuel in the center tank, and let's say a lot of fuel as well, right? So the pumps fail, and let's say the whole system, so scavenge fails, and the actual pump transfer fails as well. So there's no way that you can actually get the fuel from the center tank. Then you have a time problem, not just because of the overall fuel value, but because you have the problem with the connections, the wing connections, the joints to the fuselage, right? So when you have fuel in the wings, you have weight counteracting the lift, right? But then if the fuel in the wings is getting burned, so that downforce, the weight force on the wings, becomes less and less and less, the whole structural load on those connections is going to be very big. So if that happened right now, we'd have to divert. Probably have to go back to to Edmonton or something. So two issues. One is the remaining flight time issue. The other issue is structural limitations. You know, here in the 787, the only cross feed you have, This it's so complicated with left, right. Let's set, okay, now, right. No, it's just a matter of having left and right. So the thing is, you've got to get into your brain that even though it's just one display, it has two parts to it, left and right part. Quantas05, thank you much for joining. Thanks for the tier 1. That's really kind, Quantas. Welcome. Good. Okay, guys, we are in the ETOPS section right now. So we are now ETOPS. If anything happens right now, we return to Edmonton. Equitime point coming up. Once we're past the equitime point, we will go to equivalent. Weather has been checked, weather is good. Yeah, so right now, the only crossfeed you can do is between left and right main tanks. There's no way that you can crossfeed anything else from the center tank.
Still in my crew rest compartment, and I need coffee, but hope you have a nice flight. Can I get room service in the sleeping cabin?
Of course, Nate, for our VIP guests anytime. So, Nate, thanks so much. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas, and thanks for the 29 months. And indeed, it's early for you guys there in the US. Nice. Yeah, fuel check. Here we come. Fuel check. Let's do the quick fuel check here. So we're right now exactly at 56. 100. So we have 35.1. 35.1 and 1 hour 50 after departure. Now we're doing really well on the flight time, because we are supposed to be here at 100 West 2 hours 5. So literally we're 15 minutes ahead. But I have a feeling the wind is just much better in the sim. Yeah, we've got 70 knots instead of 50. That's why. Yeah, the problem is that I don't know how, even though I uploaded the active sky weather, it still calculates with the actual weather. So Enroute. So that doesn't really work that well. And again, we are doing a flight, we're reenacting a flight, a delivery flight from the 100th anniversary livery, which you can't really see well at the moment. We'll see it after sunrise, just before landing. And this one flew from Painfield, so Kilo Papa Alpha Echo, to Frankfurt on the 22nd. It was overnight to the 23rd. So they landed 23rd at about 8 in the morning, 8 UTC. And so we are reenacting that flight. I don't know, it's more like, it's a bit hazy, isn't it? More than anything else. Yeah, we can definitely see some northern lights there. Let me just go for... Oh, yeah. Much more. It's a bit in the distance, a bit pale, but... let's have a look out here. Interesting, it's kind of doing that with the strobes. Let me switch the strobe lights off non-standard. You see, that's better. So typical, just like IRL. You really wish to see them really strong, really, you know, clear. But very often, they are very far away still. So, they, you know, they're only faintly visible. But who knows? Maybe later we'll have a bit stronger northern lights. And then sometimes they can be so impressive. If they're right above you, really bright, unbelievable. Yeah, Aviamar right now, I mean, they're still very far away. And to be honest, IRL, if they're that far away, they're not very green. That's the thing. Hey, Flying Fox. No, no. The only thing really, flying at nighttime, even if you have no, especially when you have no moonlight, it's really dark. I mean, you can do some very nice. Oh, there's a great bear or great wagon. Now, normally about 3 times this distance at the end there is where the Northern Star is. So 1, 2, 3. That is probably the Northern Star, which always shows direction to the north. Hey, Fly Lufthansa, nice to see you. 33 months. How are you doing? Nice to see you. I hope you had a great Christmas. Avimar. No, so it's one of those discussions, Avimar, where we pilots kind of think that if you have very strong northern lights, look, a bit stronger now. So if you have very, very strong northern lights, then you know, you would have more radiation. It's not that simple. So these particles being sent out by the sun, reacting in the Earth atmosphere, doesn't always relate to, you know, you taking in the gamma radiation, let's say, all right? So the harmful radiation is separate to the northern lights. At least that's what I've been told. But indeed, there are also warnings separate to northern lights that disappeared a bit. That's really cool. That's a nice simulation. How they actively change position as well. Really cool. And get stronger and weaker again. Nice. So the forecasts regarding radiation. Now, of course, we do have some you know, sun eruptions that have also effect on gamma radiation, etc. Then, of course, you would get a warning, and potentially, you know, you could ask dispatch to calculate a flight plan with a much lower altitude. So let's say instead of going level 410, you would go, you know, 330 or 310. Yeah, so, but you know, if you explain it that way, Flying Fox, right? So he says, the radiation, gamma radiation, is more harmful during times of weak sun activity, because usually the solar wind pushes away the high energy particles. Yeah, you know, that's an explanation that makes sense to me. Yeah, hang on, let me try to get that. Yeah. And here on this website as well, you do get the forecast for the Northern Lights, right? So here, look at this. So we're now coming into that region here, right? So over the North Atlantic itself, very weak, right? But here over the over northern Canada right now, very, very strong, or fairly strong. Yeah, we can see some northern lights there. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, so radiation for us air crews is more stronger the higher we fly in terms of altitude, but also in terms of latitude. Right. So you know, the further up you go north or south, the more radiation you're going to encounter. Cody, hello to you. Yeah, good watch. Thank you so much to you as well. All the best wishes. No, so Outfast Blue, yeah, maybe right now the Aurora is from real world timing, while we try to inject the weather. So this weather through Active Sky from the 22nd. Now it's the 23rd right now, right? So let me see. Current weather at 1 o'clock UTC, equivalent. Yeah, wind has died down a bit, so the 15 knots now. Overcast 6.8, still good, minus 15 cold. And 2951. So if we had to land at equivalent, we definitely need to consider the cold temperature correction for the approach. But otherwise, weather is okay. Look at that. Yeah, so what else would we do right now? Well, 3 hours or 2 hours after departure. Normally, if you're lucky, you may get a meal by now. Nighttime flights usually means that the service gets finished a bit quicker because a lot of people are already asleep and don't want to eat. So, yeah, 2.5 hours, potentially you could get something to eat. Let's have a look how much time until Mipno. Currently 2 hours still. So it's still too early. Still too early to request a clearance from Gander. Yep. Yep, the interaction of the particles, some particles then interacting with the atmospheric particles, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the physics behind that is interesting, isn't it? When you consider that. But, I mean, when I see that, oh, it's getting brighter now. Oh, beautiful. So, no, I tell you, I just find this so beautiful. And you've all seen these fantastic pictures, right? Now, you have to realize that when you make pictures with your iPhone or, you know, a camera with longer exposure times, the colors get blown up a lot, right? So, you know, on these pictures, it's going to be a lot brighter than what you would normally see with the naked eye. So just be aware of that. Good. Oh, slowly but surely coming up to our equitime point. Yep, so then we're going to be coming up into our 1 hour range ring from Iqaluit. And then we're going to continue towards Greenland. So southern tip of Greenland. And then we're going to enter again into the second ETOPS section. So we have currently the first ETOPS section. Reason being is that there's no valid airports nearby within 1 hour flight time. So that's why we already have, even though we're above land, we have a first ETOPS section there. So the second one is the more prominent ones, simply because, yeah, we normally don't consider airports like Nuuk or Sunderstrom. But strictly speaking, so for us, what we do normally is that we would still consider getting weather from that alternate airport. And even though it doesn't really have much to offer regarding, you know, regarding hospitals, anything like that, you know, if you're under emergency situations like cargo fire or whatever, potentially it could mean that at some point that is your closest airport, right? And so you could consider landing there, right? So we'd still get the weather data for that. So Bravo Golf Sierra Foxtrot. So right now they have little wind, 10 miles, light snow, overcast 2000. So that right now is valid. Now, yeah, the problem is, so Green Dot Foxtrot, hello to you. The problem is that in order for us to be able to land at Nuuk, for example, our company has to make a safety assessment for the airport and then actually put the airport into our list of airports that we are allowed to use. Currently, at least until I stopped flying, until I retired, Nuuk was not in our company list of airports. So even though the runway has been extended, and it's now, you know, you could land there potentially these days, it wasn't on our list, so we couldn't do that. Right. Now let's have a look here at Nuuk. So this is the current 2,200 meters, right? That is now the extended runway length. Mert, I mean, it's a little bit more than a basic add-on, but regarding the systems, etc., it's still lacking a bit. So hopefully with a new update coming out soon, so the version 2 from the Horizon mod, gonna have a bit more system depth and accuracy. Yeah, and if you look at Nuuk, it has ILS approaches. Right, so ILS 04, ILS 22. Yeah, we flew here in the sim not too long ago. It's not an easy airport to land on, but I mean, if you're on fire or you have cargo fire or something, I mean, you know, why not be able to take that, right? Yeah, light pollution is a problem, yeah, IRL. Nice. Yeah, Danny, sometimes I've not seen them in Germany, but some people have. But it's a rare occasion, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so Aviamar, it could be. So it all depends on, you know, Earth's curvature, right? So if you have high clouds nearby, and then the northern lights being very far away, potentially, yeah, some of the northern lights could be blocked out. Look at that, it's getting really bright now. Beautiful. I love that. Nice. Yes, please. Really? Saw them near Freiburg? Wow. Yeah, that's a very rare occasion then. Speedbird simulations at the moment, I officially still do, yes. I actually extended my class 1 medical on my own, with my own money. And my type rating 787-777 is valid until June next year, I think. So officially, yes. Ah, okay, Avenger. Yeah, then there's too much light pollution. Yeah. How's the mod? I mean, you know, it does offer some things with Hoppy. So ACARS, CPDLC. I think, all in all, it's not a bad add-on, considering it's free. But Yeah, so once you get more into detail, so if you really look into secondary flight plan option or, you know, system depth simulation, you know, you're going to run into some limitations there, no doubt. But I think for a lot of people, this will be just fine. Yep. Here's some nice weather injection. GG's. Yeah, let's correct that. No, I'm not. I'm not looking for freelance flying. The thing is, so I'm still dreaming of someone calling me and saying, "Hey, I'll give you a 2-year contract, you know, 800,000 euros a year or something," which won't happen, right? But no, honestly, I'm happy that I've retired. I don't strongly miss flying. Now, I did post a link earlier on. There was a great documentary. Now, it isn't German, but with English subtitles, I think, if you want. And it gives some insight into that delivery process. So, and the thing is that a lot of these pilots that you see in that documentary were pilots that those were my instructors when I transferred onto the 787, and especially one of them. I'm not going to say the name now, but man, I've known him for so many years because he was my instructor when I came from the 737 onto the A320. Now, so the whole simulator phase, it was such a lot of fun. I'm so glad that I had him because I'm not sure how I would have come through that. Because, man, it was so funny. We had so much fun in that transition. And then I met him again in the 787 transition as well. We flew together to Dallas, and that was also so much fun. He's such a cool dude. And so to see those people that I've flown with IRL in that documentary, that kind of made me a bit sad and miss flying. But again, as I expected, it's more the human side. Not so much the hand flying or the flying itself. I don't miss that really that much. No. There's always a downside with that Voyager. And Tom, hello. So let's see. Yeah, it's about 2 o'clock, guys. I'm just about to get my lunch. Now, what I will do is, when I hop off to lunch, I'll have about let's see, remaining flight time is still quite long. So we're landing at 8:38. So it's about almost still 7 hours, right? And so what I'm planning to do is I'm going to have about a 3-hour break. Now I'm going to stop the stream, restart it straight away, because I'm going to have 3 parts today on YouTube. I don't want to have them too long. So I'll stop, restart. Twitch probably be just one stream then. But I'll be gone for 3 hours. You can stay if you like. You can chat here. It'll be in cinematic mode here. Maybe you're going to see some lovely northern lights. I'm going to hop off, have some real world lunch, and then have a little nap as well. I got up at 6 this morning. One of my cats woke me up this morning at 6. So I'm definitely in need of a little nap. And then I will be back. Let's see, what time is it, IRL? So I will be back at 5. So 16 UTC. 16 UTC, I will be back. Yeah, cat nap, exactly. Exactly that. So IRL 16 UTC, I will be back. And yeah, I'll watch my own stream, of course, to make sure that the sim is still running and we don't get a crash to desktop or something like that. Yeah, that was Cat 1 operation. Very bad. Okay, here we go. Equitime point, almost coming up here. So, my wife is sneezing. So we have equitime point. From now we would go continue to equit. Clearance, we would have gotten the clearance as requested, level 410, Mach 0.86. Well, we're going to say free speed today, guys. Although here, what I can do, IRL as well, what we would do is we would have the option to do offset. Yeah, so here we can't do offset, and that doesn't work. And also, what I'm going to do though is going to put 0.86 410 step. It's just a format you have to put in like that. At MIPNO. Okay. Also, what it would do, it would put 0.86 into all those fields there as well. And then I would go for the exit point, and there it would be econ/41s. Doesn't work. Does it work with econ here? Nope, doesn't work. Okay, so again, it's a limitation of the sim here. Let me clear that. Let me delete that out. Yeah. I'll do it this way, okay? I will do it this way. 0.86. So that we stick to the flight plan. S is for the step. It's just a silly Boeing format, Alimar. The thing is that in the real aircraft, if you can't just simply put a speed change. So I can't just put in 0.86/. It will not accept it. So it only works with speed and level. And then also, you always, even if you're at the same level already, you have to put S step. It's just a format thing. It doesn't work any other way. Ask Boeing. You have to ask Boeing for that. Why? Cool. Rightio. Let's see. Now, I can go to cinematics. And then I'll dial down SimSaturday. Now, hopefully, this mode does not crash the sim. Oh, look at that. Wow, that's actually cool. Hang on. Wow. That's pretty neat. That's nice. Strobes on. Well, the thing is, so Green Dot Foxtrot, the problem is, there seems to be an issue when I put the strobes on, the northern lights flicker. Let me check. You see? It has that kind of flickering effect. It just doesn't look as nice. That's the problem. So my thinking was that for you to see the northern lights better, I mean, I'm not on that sim, right? So that was my idea to, yeah, to have a bit better visuals there. All right. So I'll give you some cinematics. Hey, Fish Cup. Really, hang on. What did you cook? Hang on. The Milky Way as well. Beautiful. Let's see. What did you cook? Hey, guys, we may do a cooking stream tomorrow evening. A shorter one, because we are planning to make a salad tomorrow evening. But we may be live on the cooking channel tomorrow. Let's see. Oh, there we are. Oh, nice. That looks good. Are you having that today or was that yesterday? That looks good. GG. Duck with Knödel and Rotkraut. Nice. Excellent. Yes, Cody, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, when I was still flying, yeah, I mean, there were no holidays really. So, you know, we had to fly in Christmas time, New Year time, you name it, Easter time. Heiligabend, you had that. Lovely. Yeah, Fish Cup, nice. Looks very good. Yep. Cool. Okay, so, and I am going to put on this, but I'm going to give you the overlay. Hang on, where's my bayonet overlay? Hold on. Nah, we need the bayonet overlay here. Hold on. Can't go without that. Hold on. Okay. That's. We want to have that. Let's put that down here, shall we? That, and then one more thing I want to do is this top bar. There we go. I think that's okay, isn't it? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, Nanook, exactly. Because of beautiful northern lights, and it seems like it's working according to the real world map at the moment. Yeah. Wondering, should I... I'm a bit in between places here, because I think what would be better, actually, is this kind of viewpoint. Right? And just dial down the... Where's the panel flat? Let's do... glare shield a bit down. Yeah, Trent. The only question though is regarding the cinematic mode. Enable toggle. So really what I would like to do is I would need to deactivate the cinematic mode. And I'm sure you can do that. The question is where? External. Chess. Preferences. You see, that's the thing. Oh, actually, I could do auto start. I could put that up to, let's say 300 minutes. No, 30 minutes is maximum. Okay, so 30 minutes is maximum. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Oh, it's like to 0 to disable. Okay, thanks, Avimar. Hang on. Ah, thank you. Excellent. Brilliant. Appreciate that. Yeah. So that way you can see our progress, right? So you can see the progress. And you can watch the Northern Lights. Beautiful. Cool. All right, guys. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna have some lunch. Have a bit of break, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and yeah, stay tuned. We'll be back. Oh, and let me restart the stream, okay, guys? It's going to be stopping for about a minute, or even less than that, and then there will be a new. So for the YouTube viewers, there will be a new link for the new. I can post you guys that link if you like. Hold on. For the second stream. Thank you, Nanak. Yeah, and again, I'm doing that because I want to keep the sections to a maximum of 4 hours. So the next link is going to be this one here. So that's be for the next next part. Okay, guys, thank you much. Going to stop it and restart it.